Hello, 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 hello. It's good to see everybody. Uh, it's good to see everybody. Can everybody hear me? Maybe I should ask that question. People are going to be joining us. We wanted to take the time to say good evening. I believe it's good morning in Monrovia. To all of those who are watching via YouTube, Facebook, we want to say thank you for hanging in there. This is the thank you. Thank you, King Ash, for right. Looking forward to having a fascinating conversation tonight. There's several things that I want to talk about. A couple of things I feel like I want to get off my chest. I think we thank you, Fatima. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. And you know, first of all, let me say it's a humbling experience to be on, and I know a lot of people have been asking, but we try to to balance things out, right? There is a there is a huge outpouring. Mustafa said, I need to be consistent on this show. I just let her, you used to say, I get job. I get nothing. Living my life now. There, I say I need to be consistent. No, Mustafa, trust me, we have a long way to go, and I think it's important that we continue to have conversations about our country. But tonight, what I think we're going to do tonight is we're going to have a very fascinating conversation on a couple of things, right? We're going to talk about the issue of patriotism. We want to talk about today. Obviously, we had I think Ambassador Chris Onanuga on the show. He was talking about tourism. I specifically want to talk about the Senate hearing today that was held on the RIA saga. I thought it was very fascinating. I got a chance to watch it. I want to talk about where the country is. My thoughts. Many people have asked me, why am I so quiet? Like Mustafa is saying, I need to be consistent on the show. I think sometimes I think about the potential. I'm like, you know what? Maybe at some point, maybe we need to keep our opinions and allow the system to play itself out, right? And allow people to have a feeling of where things are in the country. As a thriving democracy, Liberia is at a major crossroad. I think we've made a lot of progress, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And so we're going to continue to remain engaged. I'm looking forward to heading to Liberia very soon in the next couple of days. Hopefully, we'll be able to participate in the by-elections in Nimba because I am a voter in Nimba. And then we will begin the process of a re-engagement and starting to see how we can fit in and begin to have conversations about the country itself and the role, looking at different opportunities, looking at different things, and we all can figure out how we can contribute to be able to see Liberia succeed and to achieve the things that we want to see as a nation. But again, like I said, a good evening to all the folks here in the U.S., around the world who are following. Good morning to the folks in Liberia. I see Agatha saying she's watching from Tinker's Village. It's good to see you. I know you're not sleeping yet, but so where the common citizen children live. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. But it's good to see all of you guys. Tomalin George will be joining. I think Winfred Russell will be joining. What's his name? Lloyd Scott will be joining. Comrade Nangbe will be joining. There are a few other folks that will join. We look forward to having a spirited conversation about our country and what we hope to see as a nation, and the things that matter. There's a fierce debate going on. There is I told someone the other day, I think the conversation about 2029 has started so early. Different people are juggling for different positioning, trying to position themselves and put themselves in a position to be successful. We're going to talk about that. What does that mean? We just had an election, and there's some folks who feel like they're having bias remorse, right? But what is the conversation also has to come from the angle of what is the problem? Why do we elect leaders and in such a short period of time we tend to get disappointed? I don't know from a scientific standpoint whether scientifically there's any polling out there to show the level of discontent in the country, but there is a lot of talking going on, right? I remember in the Ellen years, she used to call folks who were talking what she used to call them? I think she used to call them the noisy minority. So is that what's happening here? Is there a noisy minority? I remember very well the CDC administration getting some of the same feedback and some of the same backlash earlier on in the presidency of President George Weah. Is that something? Are we seeing some of the same things happening here? So listen. I think the discussion needs to continue. We need to continue to elevate the country. We need to continue to talk about the things that matter in the country. We need to talk about the things that the profile ideas that can move the country forward. I think there's a lot that we can learn from each other. I think we need to graduate from the mindset that if I'm not in this party, I cannot contribute or I cannot have a frank and a constructive conversation. Again, like I said earlier today on the show, I did hear, I was listening in the back and what's his name? Ambassador Chris Onanuga spoke about tourism, and there were some fiery exchanges. Hopefully, maybe Robert Garguah may join and kind of expand on that. But again, we have a responsibility as a nation. We have a responsibility as a people to continue to hold our leaders accountable. Nobody's perfect. No administration will be perfect. And I can tell you that there is a tendency in the country where people say, oh, well, these people have been in power before, so they have no moral rectitude to speak. I don't buy that. The reason I don't buy that is because every Liberian has a responsibility to speak on what they think is happening in the country. Because you lost an election doesn't make you less Liberian than the other. So if we were using that metrics, then Unity Party would not be in power today, because you could have used the same analogy to say because Unity Party was in power for 12 years, so it gave them no moral rectitude to speak during the 6 years of the CDC administration. So I do not buy that. There are some people who believe CDCians are not supposed to speak today, or people who supported George Weah are not supposed to speak today. I think it's hogwash. I think it's foolishness, because sometimes, when you leave power, you have a different bird's eye view of what is happening in the country. So I can tell you, then there is a conversation about a third option. Are Liberians tired with the Unity Party and the CDC? That is yet to be proven, because one thing we have from a statistical standpoint is that these two political institutions has dominated our electioneering in the last 3 election cycles. So we do have a new and a unique opportunity to see if Liberians are going to make a pivot. Do I have enormous confidence that that is probably what's going to happen? I don't know. If I were betting, I probably would not bet on that. Okay? So there is a lot that we can learn. There's a lot that we need to have, but we need to start to have grown-up conversations. We need to stop speaking, shouting at each other, right? We need to start speaking down to one another. We need to start having a conversation, a dialogue on how we can engage and elevate the discussion. No matter how gloomy the situation may seem, we as a people need to step up our game. And for me, I think that is where true patriotism lies. It's not that people are perfect. It's not. We all have fallen short. We all have had our shortcomings. But I can tell you that shortcomings are not negatives in a sense. It's actually opportunities. Shortcomings should be seen as stepping stones to greatness and to success. You know, one of my favorite preachers online, Apostle Joshua Selma, he said something, and he said, if you don't have a scar to show me, you cannot counsel me. If you have not suffered defeat, how can you know victory? And that's where we as a people need to start to think. We need to start to think from a transformational and innovative mindset. We need to start tearing each other down. We need to start to encourage the growth of our society. We need to start to uplift one another. There's just too much negativity. There's just too much there's just too much crab mentality in Liberia. If it's not me, it cannot be you. The other guys waited to, when the other were in power, we were going to do everything to tear them down so we can get there too. It has to be a collaborative effort to be able to move our country forward. We got to have the hard discussions about why Liberia is where Liberia is today. This is not magic. These things are not happening because there's an abstract world out there. Because what you plant is what you will reap. What you sow is what you will reap. You can't plant pepper and expect bitter ball. You can't. It's not possible. What foundation has been laid in this country for the last 170 plus years that we've had as an independent nation? Why are we experiencing the things that we are experiencing? Why is mediocrity the order of the day in Liberia? Why are we so, why are we so just complacent? Why do we play quarterback? And then for those of you who don't know what a quarterback is, it's probably the most important position on the field in American football. Why are we playing or defense? Number 5 on a football team, right? I see my brother Winfrey Russell in the back. If he's ready, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, right? Why are we doing these things? Why are we doing the same things and expecting another result? Are we an insane nation? Because that is the definition of insanity. Are we a nation that will not learn from our mistakes? Do we even appreciate the past that we have? Do we even appreciate the mistakes that we've made as a nation? Do we? Sometimes I sit and I shake my head because it's so easy to say, you want to give up on Liberia. But Liberia is such a beautiful country and has given so much to people. And so it's a moment that we need some self-reflection. We need some self-reflection. We need to make some decisions. We need to make some hard decisions as a nation. The way we elect our leaders, the excitement we feel, this mindset, exactly what I'm talking about. Wada lole. Ben, you're moving. Yeah, you guys are the problem. What makes one Liberian or a group of Liberians the problem? Let me highlight your comment saying you're looking for notice. What makes one Liberian or a group of Liberians the problem? Why not you? Why? Because you haven't held an elected office? Or maybe because you haven't been appointed? But you as a Liberian, what are you doing to change your country's story? Are you reading to kids in your community? Are you helping to educate kids? What? Have you decided that you're going to be a better citizen? Do you throw trash on your streets? Do you insult people who disagree with you? That's the true character of a citizen. It's not name shaming and pointing up names. No. So I'm asking you, are you not the problem too in Liberia? How do you know that I am or I am a part of the problem? Do you even know my story? Or do you assume or listen or want to grab onto what you have heard? Have you had a discussion? So tonight we will highlight some comments. You know, there's something in Liberia called free talk. And again, like I said, I see my brother Winfrey in the background. Winfrey, if you can hear me, if you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. I will bring you on. Just give me a thumbs up, Winfrey, if you can hear me, right? We need to ask ourselves the question. So we will put people on the spot. And why, if you want the link, I will send you the link. Let's have a discussion. Why am I the problem? Have you ever elected me president of Liberia? Have you elected me as a representative? Have you elected me as a senator? Have you appointed me as a government official? Why? Are you not the problem? Since you have figured out what the problem is, then what is the solution? Listen, we need to stop being hypocritical in Liberia. There is a hypocritical bone that I think hides somewhere in every human being. And until we as Liberians start to deal with this thing forcefully and head on, we will have a problem. Winfrey, can you hear me? Winfrey Russell, can you hear me? No, I don't think he can hear me because he's probably muted. You know, we need to deal with this. Winfrey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
What's about? I'm waiting for the rest of the guys to come on.
Also, you just want me to be talking?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm finishing up something yet.
So mute yourself. Okay. All right. So, you know, so like I say, you know, we need to have a realistic conversation about our country and stop the name throwing around. You know, and listen again. Let me highlight Wada's comment. I am not the problem. You sold bad politicians to the people. Wada, this is hypocritical on your part. Am I your pa? Did I born you? Do I have your brains? If I'm selling you a bad product, if I'm selling you a bad product, according to you, if I sold you a bad product, don't you think then maybe the problem too that you? Will you go in a store and see an expired product and buy it? Don't you ask questions? Let's have the discussion. Let's have the discussion. I sold you bad politician. Listen, this is what I'm talking about. So I think we have to understand where our country is coming from. Now, Ma Siata son, why do you criticize someone and later join to the person to support? Have you figured that out? What's the problem? Great question. Because I think that question has to do with the fact that I criticized George Weah and then I ended up supporting him. When you elect a leader, and let me tell you, this is my opinion. So my opinion is not fact, though. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion, but I'm not entitled to my own facts. But let me tell you where that mindset is. When you elect someone and you have certain expectations of someone, you have the moral authority to criticize that person. You do. You do. So don't ever say that somebody you elect, it means you can criticize them. No. Don't ever say that. Any leader you have, and that's, let me say something today. You know, one of the things that when I see some people, right? When I see some folks who supported the Unity Party being critical of the Unity Party, I clap for them. Even though they supported the Unity Party, they had certain expectations. So it means they can criticize them. In fact, when you vote for someone, that's even more reason why you should hold them accountable. And you can ultimately make a decision. If you go into a runoff situation and you have two choices or two candidates, you have a right to pick. You have a right to pick. Democracy is messy. Democracy is messy. It is the most stable form of government that I know, but I also know that it is a very messy form of governance because power is inherent in the people. You know, there's an argument that some of the folks, I see my big brother Victor Nangbe just joined. Let me try to bring him on so we can begin to have some of these discussions. Victor, it's good to see you.
Hey, you know, Chairman Ben, what's up, my brother?
Thank you. It's good to see you. Again, you know my respect for you. I mean, I want us to come on tonight away from the prime time hour, right? Where all the noise is and I like to call it a political rancor, right? And let's have a general, a passionate discussion about patriotism, about our attitude as Liberians. You guys, the progressives, the fight, the battles that you waged, the Liberia that we have today, that a man named George Mane Weah could be president, or even a man called Joseph Yuma Boakai could be president, something that was not possible before your struggle. But did you guys make some mistakes? Hell yeah, you all made some mistakes, right? But you responsible for Liberia problem? I don't think so. This notion that we find scapegoats in our country, little silos, and we say, you know what? They're group, they don't want to spoil the country. Forgetting to understand when you're pointing your finger, there are 4 other fingers pointing back at you. And so that's kind of like what I want us to, just have a free flow of ideas. The mindset behind this late night segment is so that we take away all the partisan rancor, right, and speak.
Got you.
Yeah. Just kind of flow and interact with the audience. So it's good
absolutely.
And I will turn it over to you for you to give your.
Well, so listen, Ben. I'm a big fan. I know you keep heaping praises on me, but you have no idea, how much respect I have for you as well. I think you have a very good understanding of political issues and the political landscape. So, I have a lot of respect for you. And the rest of the guys on the set too. I've watched you guys for a very long time. So I kind of, I think I understand, some of the issues you're dealing with as well with our audience. Like I said, when I came here, I freelanced with FOL, I freelanced with LPR. So, I get my share of, comments in the session. But I was coming in, you highlighted a few comments.
Mm-hmm.
And WADA, for instance, and that is the epitome of the problem that we have in Liberia now. In the progressive community, we fought a very long fight, a very difficult fight to pluralize the space. Now, yes, do we have enough? We probably have more than we need. You know, instead of multi-party now, we have a multiplicity. But we think that the next frontier, besides the social justice, economic, financial justice, we think voter education should also be a part of the next frontier. The fact that Wada is blaming you for helping to introduce a young brother, Josh Weah. Look, he's a very popular person. He's likable, and I really think he had a very good chance to do great things.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he did not. That cannot be a fault of yours. Any of us could have placed a lot of confidence in the former president and expected him to deliver, but he did not.
Mm-hmm.
Are you responsible for that? No. And I think what we have in Liberia too is a collective Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Where the captives, you understand me, are actually taking up for their captors,
True.
The man is holding you hostage, and you're advocating for him. Oh, he didn't mean it. He was not going to hurt me. That's our problem.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be relying on, say, a Chairman Sanvee to tell us, to explain to us, who doesn't mean well, as for instance, in the upcoming by-elections in Nimba.
Yeah.
We should be able to discern the issues. Who really is speaking to the issues? Who is really just talking about, assassinating the character? We should be able to understand these things, but yet we're still relying on other people to explain to us and then tell us who to follow. And then at the end, we are humans. Like you said, we all make mistakes. Sometimes we have lapse in judgment, and then tomorrow they come back and blame you, or you're the one who helped us choose bad politicians. I think it's unfair. Because to do that is to put too much on you. You're not God.
So, Mr. Nangwe, and thank you brought that up, right? And like you rightly said, the collective Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, Liberians, right? Yeah, someone blaming me. I am not an elected official. Meanwhile, right? Barack Obama said something, one of his favorite quotes that I love. He said, the most important office in a democracy is the office of citizenship. That your responsibility does not end on election day. In fact, that's when it really starts. It actually really starts after you vote the person into office.
Yeah.
Here's a country that has a dysfunctional national legislature.
Right.
I didn't hear Mr. Lole say the people who have hijacked our democracy are the problem. He blaming me who's sitting miles away, right? And I'm not picking on Mr. Lole. I'm highlighting him because he said something. Like I said, as we have the conversation, we will highlight other comments. As long as it's in good spirit, it's not disrespectful. You can disagree. Listen, I have a thick skin. I've been in politics since I was 17 years or so. Trust me, it doesn't do anything to me when you criticize me, right? Just do it with mutual respect. You respect my opinion, I respect your opinion, and we can flow. But the reason I say that is because, like you rightly said, I see some Liberians arguing and defending wrong. Blatantly something is wrong. They say this thing should be done this way. Then guess what? Let's tear up the Constitution. Then let's say, we don't have a constitution in Liberia. We're just operating based on our sentiments, on who we love and who we agree with, or who we think is pretty or handsome, right? But if we have laws and your elected officials put their hands on Bibles and Qurans, and if they're non-believers, they take a solemn oath, right? And say, we will defend the laws and constitution. Every elected official in Liberia say the same oath of office. The only difference in the oath is the position that they are swearing into. The president of Liberia say the same oath like the senators. But we don't blame those people. No. You have a country with a national budget of $800 million, right? Less than 1% of the country feast on that national budget.
Yeah.
And a lot of Liberians don't find anything wrong with that. But yet and still they yearn and they crave that the country is going to develop. And then they say, oh, God. So Liberia, the only country that God made, is God not worried about Rwanda and all these countries? Nations that are making deliberate decisions, intentional decisions. That is the problem that I think we have in our society, like you rightly said.
Absolutely. Ben, our people, they haven't realized the enormous power that is inherent in the people. And you're saying it. I've had lawyers. I mean, real legal experts who come to me and say, you know what? Kofa, he has a point, but you know what? Let him forget it. Let's move on, for the sake of the country. Yeah. What do you mean?
Can you imagine?
Yeah, for the sake of the country, How? We let Tyler lay low, we let Snow lay. Now it's becoming a constancy. When does it stop? Where do we draw the line? So yes, the people will come to you, we all go to Liberia, it's a ruffle, But you dare say something about somebody they like, even when you're speaking the fact. Yeah. And then they come after you. Oh, yeah, you're just jealous, because you're not there today, And so, yeah, they take it quietly, and they take it and they take it and take it, until they can't take it no more. And then some of them, they fall by the wayside and die. But yes, our people there is nothing wrong with you challenging your elected leaders. No violence. You don't have to be violent. You can take over the city, the Capitol building. You just go in there and sit in. Don't let them go in until they listen to you and do the right thing. What is wrong with that? Our people have not come. And again, maybe if you got to also understand, usually when they do these things, the way they are met, and that's part of the problem. The way we treat protesters, it's almost always brutal. Somebody always has to get hurt. The tear gassing and all of that. But it is a right. It is a part of a democracy. The people have no other means to channel their grievances by letting you know the best way they can. Some people, they will call your elected officer, and let them know, look, we don't like what you're doing, because tomorrow during the election, you're going to go back to those people. Yep. We don't have that happening in Liberia yet. The only option we have is to sit in or do otherwise. But even then, our people shy away from doing that. Yeah. We haven't brought ourselves to that level where we can challenge our elected leaders. How is it normal for us? The guys sit down at the RLJ or whatever it is for forever, and they're getting paid. They're doing nothing, and it is okay with us.
And they're not angry.
They're not angry.
And there's no righteous anger. In fact, it was a theater for the country. It was a theater. It was a movie for the country. People, so for me, again, like I said, do you think this has to do with, because sometimes I think about it, and one of the things that I've learned is that when you're trying to solve a problem, you have to go to the root cause of that problem, right? I always tell people, I always say, we're reaping what we've sowed in Liberia, right? Nothing that's happening in Liberia is happening because it just won't happen. There's a reason why we are where we are, right? When you, for a long period or larger part of our history, use education as a weapon to deny a vast majority of the country the basic right to education, because you think it will be a tool for you to use to perpetrate yourself in power, which is what the Truman Party oligarchs did, right?
That's right.
Ultimately, that ticket will flip over.
It will.
And you will get a Samuel Doe.
Yes.
Right? You will get a situation where people will say, country woman born soldier, Congo woman born rogue. You will get all of those things. But yet and still, my fear is that whether we like it or not, this is a problem that is continuing, because there is a whole new generation that has been born in Liberia. Yeah. That is being indoctrinated with the same mindset.
Of course.
So when does this stop? When is there going to be a cutoff period? Or when will a leader come in, something like what a Kagame did in Rwanda, to say, hey, stop. This is where we're going to stop.
Yeah.
We're going to start to work our way from back to the front and try to figure out, we may not be able to solve all the problems, but let's be able to start to at least start educating the younger folks so that they don't continue in this vicious cycle. Yeah. But we tend to forget that all of these things happen, and we sit down and lots of people come in. It's the same notion that they say every election there's a high turnover in the national legislature.
Yeah.
Every election. About 85-90% of our legislators don't return. But guess what? And I told somebody the other day, because they always say this thing, and they're doing, and nothing they're doing, they will see 2029 coming. 2029 coming. Hey, 1 year ago, you just replaced a whole other bunch with this current bunch. Doing worse than what the other people did. Don't you think something is generally maybe wrong with you who keep replacing them? But the argument is the legislators are not coming from space. They're coming from our communities. Of course. Because like is normally said, the leaders of the country is a reflection of the people. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
No, you're right. They always say, the people get the leader they deserve, because the leader, as you're saying, is a reflection of you. The leader will be as effective as you will allow them to be. If everything they do is okay with you, they will continue to do that. And here, this is, we talk about, communication. You have to communicate your pain so that the person who is inflicting the pain, they understand where it hurts and how you're hurting. That's the only way they will reduce, the pressure. But if you sit there, you silently just take it and take it and take it, they think it's okay, and they will continue to do that. Yeah, you are asking, where do we draw the line? Maybe we don't need a powerful situation to occur to draw the line. Maybe I keep coming back to the Kofi situation. Listen, this is not about Kofi, and I tell people, I don't know Kofi. I only probably met him once in my life when he came to the EULA, the last inauguration, when this whole thing started back in September. It was my first time really interacting with him. I don't know him, but he represents something. He represents that line that has to be drawn, that this is where it stops. We need to draw those lines in our country. It's not just about this government, but look, what is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. We cannot always say, what, it's not right, but what, let's forget it. Let's forget it. Let's forget it. Let's move.
Yeah, I got a thing I always say. I said, let's leave it, la.
Exactly. So we have to keep drawing the line. We cannot do this. We cannot do this. This is not right. We have to draw the line. We got to rise to that level where we got to let our leader know, look, you have a budget of so and so, $1.54 million, executive vehicles. Why? What is the threat level that demands this kind of response? Is that really something that is necessary now? I don't know. But yeah, we let our leaders get away with a lot. And we have to bring ourselves to understand that challenging your leaders is not a crime, it's not a sin, it is very normal. You have to communicate with them. That's the interaction will continue to sharpen their interaction, their reaction to your demands. If you sit quietly, they will do whatever they want. Yes, you're right. 2023, we say, 2023 coming. Now it's behind us. Now we're looking to 2029. Well, what is happening? Every year, you lose a year of your life. You can't get it back. You just keep, pushing the goalpost, pushing the post. Yes, we need to rise up and let our people know what it is they're doing that we don't like. It is our responsibility, but we haven't arrived. And once in a while we do that. I think you got, I'm not sure if you were part of the COP, but you did that, yes, during that time, and the message was sent. We have to learn to do those things. It's part of our responsibility. It's our civic responsibility.
No, I agree with you, and I think part of the problem also has to do with the fact that I don't know if it's more of a Liberian mindset thing where we're just complacent and we accept mediocrity. We look. I'll give you an example. Samuel Koga, right? Samuel Koga is a 3-time elected lawmaker. May as well, could in a few days become senator.
Yeah.
He could. He is a front runner. He is one of the front runners right now in the race, right? Someone said to me, well, I may haven't done anything, so. But why have the people elected him 3 times?
Exactly.
Why? If someone is unpopular, if they have not done what they're supposed to do, why are the people still electing them?
Correct.
Why? So that's what I'm saying. That's the question that I keep wanting some answers to, but for some reason I'm still not able to get, because and I think we are trying to figure it out, because at the end of the day, it has to do with something, whether it's a social science thing, and again, like I said, someone will say Prince Johnson, right? Prince Johnson decided virtually, single-handedly decided 2 or 3 elections in Liberia by the way he swayed, by the way he support. He did. Right?
He did.
One person war criminal, one person hero. When he died, you saw the amount of controversy that erupted as a result of him. Yet and still, he got the funeral comparable to one of a president.
Exactly.
Some of the cleavages of our society,
yes,
it's just, for me, it's mind-blowing. Not simply because I want to be judgmental, no, but because I'm sitting and I'm asking myself, where do we draw this line? And like you said, Mr. Name, welcome, Robert, to the late night session. I was watching an interview from Paul Kagame, and he was talking about aid and the whole aid thing to Rwanda and the decisions that he made, and he put his foot down and said, hey, you're not going to come and bring 10 billion into my country and claim that you spent 10 billion into my country, and I don't see what 10 billion has done in my country, right? So we're going to work together. I will identify, or we as Rwandans will identify where our priority areas are, and we will spend the money in those areas. And guess what's going to happen? We're also going to have an audit. There's going to be an audit of me, and there's also going to be an audit of you. And we're going to publish that audit so that the country and the world get to see where that 10 billion was spent. I mean, I'm sitting and I'm scratching my head and I'm like, we don't need a referendum to do that, though.
No.
I don't think we need a vote to do that. I think that's just one presidential action.
Yes.
Right? What has stopped us from doing that?
So, Robert would chime in. And this is one of the places I got frustrated with. Even President Johnson, Sirleaf, and President Weir. Sometimes you need a populist leader to take some of the hard decisions that are necessary, right? Because they're very popular, they're likable. People, they have that capacity to sway people. Madam Johnson, first female president on the continent. I mean, look, I attended one of her fundraisers at the Abyssinian Church in New York. People virtually throwing money at her. You understand me? She brought a lot of goodwill and a lot of resources, and she had an opportunity to do a lot of good, but she missed the mark. Then President Weir comes along, international icon. This man has friends everywhere. He's friends with the French president, he's friend. He has a lot of goodwill. He could have done a lot of good too. But yes, you need those kind of leaders who will say, okay, you know what? Since it is estimated that about 80% or whatever the number is of aid goes back to the donor countries, you understand me? We will say, all right, thank you for now. We will try to look within and see what we can do. I was reading the 2024 Leti, the extractive industry report. Yeah. $1.4 billion revenue generated. We got only $182 million of that money. So those are some of the head scratchers. We have a lot of money, a lot of potential, but we don't have the mechanism, the revenue retention, and then the judicious expenditure of the revenue. That is our problem. So this president came in, I really, with his experience, education, I was hoping that he would turn this thing upside, on his head. But look at what we had. 2 budgets now. The salary and recurring expenditure is still 87% of the budget. What money do you have left for development, to free us of all of these, encumberments? When? So it's 2 years in, and we're doing the same. Government is still growing, but up to you, Robert. Welcome again to the set.
Robert, you can hear us? Good.
Listen, I sometimes it's difficult talking Liberia, but we can't get tired talking. But I think that someone would say, in moments like this, you need a leader like Charles Taylor, right? But I differ, right? I think that you just talk about the revenue and the companies are generating and what we're getting out of it.
Right.
Now, when you think of the fact that we're getting that small portion, the question is, why are we happy about that when we could be getting more, right? And what comes to mind is, I think those who are running the country, I think that if they were more concerned about a bigger impact rather than their own pockets, because for their own pockets, that's a lot of money. It's something they haven't seen before. But if you're thinking about the nation and what we can do, right, and how much more of an impact if we really put our foot down and get our equal portion of what we're supposed to get, right? I think that it can be done. It can be done. But when we are thinking about ourselves, you're talking about $100-something million. If you were to split that money amongst folks who've never seen money before, right?
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, right? If you look at the president driving at one point, I think all of the fleet of cars is like a $1.3 million. Now that Lexus is a little over $145,000. I actually went to the lot to look that up, and it's not the ones that are customized.
No,
right?
that's the best price. Exactly.
That's the best price. Now with a good credit, you can pick that bugger up. You know what I'm saying? Put maybe $20,000 or maybe even $10,000 down, and you can walk out of there paying less than $1,000 every month on car note, right? But do you really think Joseph Boakai, outside of the presidency, all of these years he's working government, Ben Sanvee, and I'm not trying to be condescending, but do you think he would have been able to afford that car to just say, you know what, I've worked all my life, it's time for me to retire and buy something nice for myself? Do you think Joseph Boakai could have afforded that car?
No, I mean, clearly no.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think so because it's not that I know the man's bank account. He said that he was broke. He said that he was living alone. He said that. His people said that, right? So when you see him do that, even though he said he could have rolled a wheelbarrow to work, when you see him turn around and get such an expensive wheelbarrow, right? And looking at all of the issues that we have going on, the bad roads, right? Job creation, all of the issues, you would think that these guys don't care about the national, the bigger picture. They don't care about the development of the country. Because what would happen if Ben Sanvee, if Mr. Winfrey or Mr. Nang, what would happen as a leader if you demanded from these companies, listen here, either you're ready to work and give Liberian people its fair share, or you pack your bags and go. What would truly happen? What do we stand to lose as opposed to short cheating the country, right? As opposed to collecting $109 million from $1 billion? I mean, you kidding me?
Yeah.
So
182 million on 1.4 billion, Robert.
Can you imagine? And I don't know math, but that's a lot. That's a lot that you're leaving on the table.
So Robert, I want to ask you a question. Or Winfrey, it's good to see you. I want to ask a question though. Are we ready for democracy? It's Liberia, and this is a very soul searching question. And the reason I ask is because I was listening to an interview, and it was a while ago she did this interview. Miata Fambula did an interview a while ago, and she talked about, and I think this is also will also go in Mr. Nangwe's lane because he's a progressive, right? And she talked about the progressives and the exuberance at that time. What you guys were young, all of the energy, wanted change, and you were pushing and pushing. And her argument she was making was that maybe we should have given Talbot a little bit of time because he seemed to have, he seemed to have pivoted from the old ways of the two party thinking. In fact, he was getting fought by folks in the two party because according to them, he was moving too fast by integrating the natives and the folks, the less fortunate, right? But then she also said something, though, that she believed that possibly democracy has hurt the country because democracy is one man, one vote. It's power inherent in the people. But what people don't say, though, is that power should be inherent in an enlightened people, which I think was a very profound statement to make. Because like I said before, let's look at the national legislature. Let's leave the president for a minute, right? Let's take the president out of the picture and let's look at the national legislature and then we'll come to the president, right? The people who are being re-elected and elected in the national legislature are products of our environment. There are people that go into Mars and finding that people write. And so every election we find this high turnover. And because once people elect them, they go in fact, becoming a legislator at this point in time is a way out of poverty. It's not about service. It's more of a way out of, listen, let me get elected and I'll be okay. When I get elected, I will pull some of the other guys working on my staff, right? Just look at the country. The way even political parties do negotiation. And listen, hey, take it from me. I've been a national chairman of a political party in Liberia, so I know what I'm talking here. Oh, we're going to divide the government. And y'all make sure y'all bring this amount of people. Y'all bring them along. The whole system. So that's why I'm asking the question. Captain Ibrahim Traore, who, by the way, this current administration seemed to be forging some strong ties with. Kudos, I like the guy. I mean, I like the way that he's kicking ass in Burkina Faso. But he said something today. Go online, read the comment, the quote he made today. That what's happening in Burkina Faso is not democracy. It's a revolution. He said, after the revolution, we'll get to democracy. Has democracy worked for Liberia?
Let me take a stab at that, and then the elders can come in.
I think Winfred would not agree with that classification.
I know, right?
I would take that. You didn't know already.
So Ben, you're always asking really deep questions, and I think I like these questions because it makes my brain really go off, right? Because I'm thinking, I have to say that I think I could be wrong, right? But I think democracy is the only way. Because when you start,
that's what the question is supposed to do.
And I'm not being emphatic. I think democracy is the only way. I think the issue is, and you said something about, and I wrote it down. Power should be inherited in the enlightened people. The question, Ben, is who determines who the enlightened people are?
Okay.
And I think that's a question that each of us must answer.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the enlightened people?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And how do we put these enlightened people in the position to inherit power? What has happened, and I'm still a young man, but what has happened over these years, I think the closest we came to a revolution in a different sense and under the circumstances was the Charles Taylor election in 1997.
Mhm.
Because even though that election depicted democracy, I thought that it was a revolution in the sense that everyone knew that it had to be Charles Taylor or no one else.
Mhm.
Now, maybe under a different circumstances, like the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf circumstance, or perhaps the George Weah circumstance, given the kind of leader Charles Taylor was, outside of everything else we didn't like about him, I thought he was a stern leader. I thought he said what he meant, and people believed him when he said move at 12 o'clock. He meant move at 12 o'clock, right? But the circumstances that we find ourselves in right now are different. The issue is the people who are supposed to identify the electing leaders are not electing enough to identify those leaders.
So you see, okay. So wait. Because I think the question really, and this is exactly what I was trying to accomplish.
You see what I'm doing?
The question really, I'm taking you to tailspin. But so I want Winfred to come in. Winfred.
No, Winfred, I want you to understand what I just said.
Yeah.
Democracy is the only way. The question is,
Is it the only way?
I think so, but the people who are supposed to identify the electing people are not electing enough. So the question that I want Winfred to come in on is, how do we begin to start the process of equipping those who are supposed to identify and put electing people in a position to inherit power?
So yeah, before Winfred come, and Winfred, welcome. Are you good? Okay, good. You can hear us. I just thought you froze there, but let me, Winfred, you heard Robert. Again, I want to go back to what Ibrahim Traore said, right? What is happening in Burkina Faso is not, obviously it was a military coup, so it definitely was not democracy, so he's right, right? But we have seen military coups in Africa that has ended up, we had a military coup in Liberia in 1980, right? We've seen military coups across the continent, Mr. Nangwe. It hasn't turned out to what's happening in Burkina Faso. So it's almost a hit and miss, right? It's a lucky thing, depending on who leads it, right? Or who to do. The question, though, again, like I said, and just not taking Robert's question away, Winfred, I asked the question. Democracy, power, according to the version of democracy, power is supposed to be inherent in an enlightened people, or people who know what they want, or people who know what good looks like, or people who aspire to something. You have a population in Liberia that a majority of them don't know what good looks like, and this is not an insult. This is a fact. There are kids who are born in villages in Liberia who has not seen a light bulb. There are kids in villages in Liberia who have not seen a television. They don't understand what. Now, people may say maybe that's the definition of good from a Western perspective, but I'm talking about just life as a whole, right? Has democracy worked for Liberia?
Because, Ben, before Councilman Russell comes in, let me just say this quickly. First of all, the progressive movement was miscarried, if I should say that.
Good.
We were the process was interfered with, and in many sense almost aborted. Samuel Doe coming on the scene was not a part of the plan. Yes. So that's one.
So let me ask you before you proceed. Did you guys want Talbot to go away?
No.
Okay, good. So let's start.
If you listen to people like Chipo, you hear word like justice delayed is justice denied.
Okay.
And then the Martin Luther, the fierce urgency of now. But there was a desire to work with the government and go to elections. Do those things that needed to be done.
And he had said he wasn't going to run.
Yes,
Yeah, I
build
think
an
he was gonna
institution.
run. Yeah.
But you rightly pointed out, President Torgbean himself was beleaguered.
Yes.
He was under a lot of pressure from the
Mhm.
TWP guys. So that was happening. But I tell you this, we can look to Ghana for some experience. They had Kanleku from, Akofo, from Fred, whatever he calls it,
Yeah.
until Rollins came on the scene.
Yeah.
Even Rollins had to come back twice.
He had to come back again. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then you look to Zimbabwe, the ZANU-PF.
True.
Even now, there is still a fight with the Rhodesian, the white settlers.
Yeah.
Then you go to the ANC, the whole fight with land ownership and all of that.
In the Afrikaans.
The point I'm making is it's not really a finite formula that is set to follow. It is messy, but if it is managed well,
okay,
it can produce very good results. Look, 1980, Samuel Doe came on the scene, and he was there up to 89. There's a lot of damage that was done to our infrastructure. And then come 1989, the NPFL, and then all the other little factions that came out of it. I mean, from 89, Ben, to now, can we say we've had real normal functioning Liberian society? It's difficult to say. I mean, like you said, with no disrespect, but look at some of our kids who coming from universities. You talk to them, they write you wonder what it is they're trying to tell you.
Look on Facebook.
But since 89 to now, it's been 36 years. So these are the people in the legislature, these are the people in the mansion, these are the people running the government. So on the face of it, when you look at it, it looks like this was a mistake, but that is because we haven't been able to manage the process the way it should have been managed.
And like you said,
the
true intention of the progressive movement was aborted. So that's the point. That's what I took out of it. But Winfrey, I want you to come in because you haven't said anything, and then I will introduce a new. I will inject something new into this again. Go ahead.
I mean, yes, thanks. It's a fascinating conversation. I think democracy is the way. I would say that democracy in Liberia remains a work in progress.
Okay.
I don't think we're there yet. There have been some meaningful achievements. We saw the election of President Sirleaf, the first female elected in Africa, in a male-dominated, a place like Liberia, and where patriarchy is still more or less the norm. So we've seen some meaningful, achievements, but the benefits have not reached down to the masses. Not reached down to the to the people in terms of economic development, in terms of political participation, corruption reduction. We keep talking about that. We remember that was one of the cardinal points, but which the military used to get rid of Tolbert and his folks was corruption, and just the whole institutional strength, and like the brother said, I mean, from 1980, we had some issues there that sort of took us off our tangent. Then in 1985, and then 1989, and then so we've had all these different periods that have caused some serious challenges, for us, So, but I see, the country, with all of that, despite all of that, the country continues to build on democratic foundations, while facing some serious development challenges, leadership challenges, governance challenges. But democracy is the way. I'm not going to. I mean, there are a lot of
So you're a Democrat. You're sticking with democracy.
Hey, I'm
I go with him too.
you know, I don't know if I mean, see, but I've had many conversations, guys.
Yeah.
I've had many conversations, right? And I know it is not politically correct. It is not going to be popular, but there are a lot of people
yearning for
what we see happening in Burkina Faso.
You took it out of my mouth, right?
But
So
you see, Ben,
but
you see, before you bring your question, right? I'm sorry, Robert. The Charles Taylor you helped,
yeah,
he had that opportunity.
I agree.
Yeah, he could have done a lot. I didn't agree with him because
so I will state something on the record.
No, but Ben, before you come in though, maybe this can help. Yeah, maybe Mr. Nam.
No, but wait 1 second, Robert. Let Mr. Nam finish his thought. Then we will.
So I was going to say, the problem, the case of Liberia is really a special case of bad management, badly managed.
And governance, yeah.
Governance. I mean, look at Ghana. You guys are young. Ghanaians, they used to come to Liberia and queue for bread.
True.
When all these coups were happening.
True.
Sierra Leone, they came to Liberia. Even Nigerians, they came to Liberia. But look at us now.
Yeah.
The Ghanaians, after all those coups, I mean, they were having a coup like every 6 months or so.
Yeah.
They figured it out. And the military guys, they say, okay, no more coups. And they've been building. I mean, you go to Accra now and you think you're in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what is wrong with us? You know, we haven't been able to figure it out. I mean, you come from Samuel Doe and go through the NPFL, the NPP, even the IGNU, you know, and then you come to Madam Johnson and President Weah, all of this. We still haven't figured it out. Right now, what are we doing? We're buying what, $45,000 for a legislator's car every 3 years. Why do we need to do that? So but you know, I'm passing it on to you. But so,
I think though, you know, I like her. I like that transformation that came as a result of Mrs. Sirleaf being elected. But I think if there's anyone in our current, you know, dispensation, the most recent, you know, period, that have had the best opportunity to transform Liberia. And that's one of my greatest disappointment was with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I mean, she had everything.
I couldn't agree with you more.
You know, I mean, and especially during her second term. I know her second term was Ebola, you know what, but she had at least within our lifetime the best opportunity.
So Winfrey, I'll tell you this. Let's welcome Chief Tomalin George to the late night conversation. Again, this is the hour where we calm down, right? We probably should have some beers. Everybody should have a mug of beer or something and just chill, right? And let's talk some things there. But and I know, Robert, you want to come in. Listen, I just want to say this. We again. And that's why I asked the question. I was deliberate because you took it out of my mouth, Winfrey. I have had conversations with many people, and they're saying, "Damn, where is our owner Abraham Traore going to come?" Right?
Yeah.
Look at what happened in Burkina Faso. Look at the little ball. Look at what the little ball doing. Right? Look at what. But you guys are saying, and I heard from Mr. Nambe. He said, mismanage, a progressive agenda aborted. What happened in 1980 was not a part of the plan. Contrary to popular belief that was a part of the plan. That you guys, and even though some of your folks got inserted into the government, I guess maybe they got into the government because they were like, you know what, we've been handed lemons, let's make lemonade out of it, right? Yeah. So I'm asking because let me say this. Let me say this. Whether we like it or not, and I'm a Democrat. I believe in democracy to its core, but I think I side a little bit on where what Myeata Famula said. That I think this issue of democracy came in, and maybe I will not use the word aborted like you said, but it came in by accident, and we had to make do with what we had, and then we got to the point where we gave one man, one vote to the country, right? But technically speaking, let's even have a conversation even about our infrastructure. Do you know that we still live in Totman's Liberia? Think about it. We still live in Totman's Liberia. What the buildings that we have, the roads that we have, all the roads that we're building in Liberia, are not new roads. We
Yeah.
just paving and putting
Over,
on road that Tottenham open.
I remember Gary Matthews. I think he was. I'm not sure if but there was plan to move the whole capital city to Banga because they needed to what do you call zoning and laying out and all of that. But you're right, we're still in Tottenham, Liberia.
We're still in Tottenham's Liberia.
Yeah. That's a good point, Ben. That's a good
Except
point.
the EJS complex, most of the other government buildings.
Except the EGF complex.
Yeah.
Everything else, Tottenham Boulevard.
Yeah.
At Tottenham Billy. But all the road, okay, maybe the did Somalia Drive and those other places, but when we talk about the core infrastructure of the country, how the country is laid out,
the executive mansion, the Capitol building,
and then let Tomalin George.
So I guess this reminds me of, I was just in South Africa and I was having a conversation with a friend, because if you go to two of the biggest cities in South Africa, Johannesburg is a commercial capital.
Mm-hmm.
But what was interesting is the fact that Johannesburg is predominantly black.
and Cape Town is predominantly white. Yep.
And if you've been to both cities, you looked at Johannesburg for all of these years when the black took over the leadership in South Africa, many will say that they have continued to use what was built by the Dutch and the British, the roads, the hospitals, and everything. And in fact, if you go to Cape Town, you would never think that Cape Town and Johannesburg were in the same country. But Cape Town, the governance structure is run by the whites, because 90% of the whites lives in Cape Town. And it amazed me how the infrastructure development in Cape Town resembles one that is in any part of London or any part of the Netherlands. I mean, true world-class infrastructure. You don't see that in Johannesburg, even though they're in the same country. But it's one city is predominantly white, the other is predominantly black. So it goes back to the question about still living in Tottenham's Liberia. And my question, and I always ask this question, it seemed like everything that we wanted to control, we did not know how to control it. So the question is, what was the strategy? What was the plan? Was the plan just to get rid of the Americo-Liberian control, even though there were things that they were doing right? You talk about Ghanaians and other people coming to Liberia for medical checkup. Someone showed me a picture of JFK in the 70s, and I could not believe it.
Yeah.
Fully electrified. It
was a teaching hospital. People came from all over the place to come to JFK.
I mean, and people talk about those things.
Yeah. And
so after all of these years of being helped, by the Liberia, the American Colonization Society, all of these years, what have we done since we took control? The natives, what have we done that have benefited not just us, our people, but the country? So was it a mistake, right? Was it a mistake to prematurely? Because I think this was all done prematurely. I don't know. Maybe the plan was not fully put in motion. But when you looked at what's happening in Burkina Faso, and looked at what happened when Torgbean got assassinated, and then when both Torgbean and Torgbean, what was the plan? And this truly, Ben, I believe, is a reflection of us. We want control, and it has happened throughout these years. We want power. We want to be given the opportunity to lead and be seen, but we are not prepared to get the job done.
So Ben, just hold on a second. So I want to add on to what Robert just said. I think it's fascinating, right? So I've also, Robert. So that begs the question, and maybe others can chime in. Is this a style of leadership. So the way Samuel Doe or the military handled things in Liberia, when the ANC came and Nelson Mandela, and the way they handle things now, when the ANC came and took over, as we all know, there was no program. They didn't go out killing people and all of that. There were some people who naturally fled because they thought that there would have been some retribution, there would have been a bloodbath and all of that. Some people naturally fled, but of course now, and maybe Mr. Nagman knows this, there were a lot of hardliners in the ANC that wanted to go after those whites and kill them.
Yeah.
But Mandela and other level-headed folks said, no.
Mandela said no.
We need these people because they have built this system. We need them.
So are you saying a mistake? Are you saying here that there was a mistake to execute the 13 people?
Yeah. I would say so. And let me tell you this, that Robert alluded to that. Okay. I think one of the major problems that is plaguing Liberia is the Native Congo divide. It is a real problem.
Yeah.
Yes, we haven't been able to find a way to reconcile each other.
Yeah, do you think it's getting worse or is
Ben, to Russell's point, because we my wife and I we went there to learn the history, and to Russell's point, a lot of Black South African frowned on Nelson Mandela when he said no. But you know what he also said that was profound? He said these lands are our land, but guess what? Mining, farming is not something we know. This is something the whites know. So we keep them here. Yeah. So in Liberia, we want that leadership so bad, but we had no idea on how to lead.
So I want to pull back a little bit
and
to come back to Liberia, but I agree, and I just want to send a historical shout out. If many people who want to know about this South Africa thing, I think there's a great movie called Invictus.
Yeah.
I think Invictus sums up, even though it's about rugby, but it sums up the whole South African thing in 1 or 2 hours, right? And the historical cleavages and the symbolic leadership, the symbolism of leadership in Nelson Mandela style. Even when he went to changing on his security detail, when he walked into the presidential office and the people in his Black ANC security wanted to throw all the white security away, he was like, nope, they're gonna stay with me. So, but I want
not only that, he brought F.W. de Klerk in as his
and he was his vice president.
So I want to come back a little bit, and I want Tomalin to jump in here on the notion, and again, like I said, I want to bring us to present day. Back to this democracy question, because democracy is what got us the current national legislature. Democracy is what's going to get us the next national legislature, right? Democracy is going to also get us the next president. Democracy got us this president. The last 2 presidents that we've had, democracy also got us those, right? The question again has to do with the issue of an enlightened mind. Robert did ask a question about how do we find that enlightened mind? Well, Rob, for me, I think the problem also speaks to the fact that Liberia is very unique in the sense that the older generation is more educated than the younger generation. That in itself is a problem. That in itself is a problem. It almost like
you don't find that phenomenon.
And that's what I'm saying. That is the reason why I'm drawing it back to, is our democracy under threat? I believe it is. I believe Liberia's democracy is under threat. Because if you have a nation where the generation that is dying is the most educated generation, and the generation that is supposed to be taking over or that has taken over from that generation, that's why you see this clash.
So then, let me jump in. Let me tell you this. All right, and I could be wrong. I know many of my brothers, but Ellen Johnson could have come close to our Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, I agree.
She had the opportunity to do that. She got vindictive, she had that. We need someone who will glue the natives and the so-called the so-called natives and so-called. We need that glue. She had that opportunity, but we need someone like that. So and I'm looking around.
Yeah.
I'm scratching my head. There has to be somebody. We need that kind of coming together.
So I beg you, let Dominic come in. I said he won't come in, but I want him to say something. But I do want to say, and if once Dominic finish, the question to you guys is, Joseph Boakai got 5 years left. Can Joseph Boakai be that president? And what will it take for him to be that president to bridge that gap? Dominic George.
You know, somebody texted me, you said something earlier, and one of your progressive brothers said, he said Nangbe will be held in contempt. He said something that.
Didn't I just say that?
You just said that.
For the progressive, right?
You expected it.
The progressive they had a cost. The problem the progressive had, I think, they didn't prepare whenever how to handle the power gets into their hand. And now the problem. Because I remember in Rhode Island about 15 years ago, the late Dr. Sawyer went to Rhode Island. He said something. He said, we owe Talbot an apology. He said, Talbot, like at least one of you guys said it earlier, was willing to dialogue with the progressive. He
That's
started,
true.
But he educated most of the progressives.
That's true.
Government scholarship. So yeah, when it went back to Liberia and they started to engage Talbot, read it. Letters between Talbot and Bacchus, and also how to call it, with the Justice Minister. Chessing, Joseph Chessing.
Yeah, Joseph Chessing.
Yeah.
In fact, Joseph Chessing Jr.
Yeah,
yeah. But what happened? Like somebody said, right? Like
we'll have to we address your first question.
I know, right?
It was another said earlier, right? Because Joe let it cool, they got Joe involved. They're not progressive, they put Joe in the picture.
No, but Tommy, you see, no, but then you contradicting what Mr. Nangbe said. Mr. Nangbe said the coup was not a part of the plan, and it's almost like the coup hijacked.
Yes.
What the progressives?
But when they got Brendan, look at those first cabinet.
Yeah, but Tommy, the reason they got involved, it was because obviously they have been here in the lemons. They had to make lemonade.
Survival.
And if you guys remember, most of the guys were not even in the government more than a year. They all got purged.
They left.
Yes.
In jail when the coup in jail.
Tommy, please send Siafa Dix the link. I want him to contribute, please. Let me say this. So I want us to come back again. Like I said, I really want us to come back to Liberia, and let's bring it present day. Joseph Youma Boakai, 80 years old, more than likely not seeking re-election. More than likely, if it's right to, if he chose to, right? But more than likely, many people expect that he may not seek re-election. So, can Joseph Boakai be this transformational leader? We've seen him lead for 1 year and a couple of months now. And I've always said how you begin sometimes tend to predict how you're going to end, right? It shows your style, right? I want everybody to answer this, starting with Mr. Nangbe. Do you think Joseph Boakai has what it takes?
Ben, interestingly, Joe Boakai came from the UPP. You know that, right?
I was about to say he's a progressive brother.
I'd never met him when he was. I was working out of town with the UN, so I didn't really get it. But sometimes I wonder the same thing. Could Joe Boakai be that bridge that Ellen Johnson, failed to build?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure to the extent, Ben, that Joe has what you call the fortitude. What do you say? The testicular fortitude or whatever that is. I'm not sure the president has that fight in him, because it is a fight that has to be had.
Yeah.
He has people around him who have, their own agenda. They're drawing him in several different directions. So, I think he has the will, but I'm not sure to the extent that he controls the agenda.
Okay.
And that's where my doubt is. But I think he has the will, and maybe 5 years ago, or
so you think it's an energy thing? You think it's?
I think it's an energy thing.
You think it's an energy thing?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I'll put it to that.
Huh? Let me just say something Mr. Nangbe said, right? Just today, I'll tell you the fact though. I can tell you from what I heard today, Boakai is not going to run. But here's what happened right now. There's a fight in the Unity Party. They are divided. You got the guys, most of the guys who are heading the escort, they are the one with Kun. They are the Kun guys. Now, the UP guys are saying Kun never went through the struggle with them to be where he is today, right? And only because of his link with Nima that got him today. So they believe that the real guys, the likes of the guy who the airport to Nafa, the Mo Ali, the Stephen Jones, they are the guys, the ones who are with Kun right now. Now the other guys are saying no, we're not accept it. They say even when Boga made a statement recently that you guys should have work, the whole team on 2029, you were referring to them. Okay, Boga not going to run. So, but the problem they face now is that we're not going to allow CDC take it. If CDC takes power, they will come with revenge on us. Okay, and they will have nothing to lose because they're not seeking re-election. So that's why fighting the UP right now to speak to you, and that fight has continued to the extent where the alliance members who help them, like the Liberia Party, your breakaway guys there, right now having serious issue with the UP guys right now. So get ready, but they're not going to run, and it will be a fight.
Yeah. We want to. So okay, I'm bringing back to my conversation. I know your UP people. Yeah. Let's bring it back to my conversation.
Who the UP people here?
No. That Tomalin I giving had. But Robert, I wanted Robert to come in. But Winfred, you can come in. Do you think President Boakai can be this transformational leader? Do you think he has what it takes to be able to do this? All of what we've talked about.
I think he has. He has what it takes, but lacks the political will. And I don't know if that's an oxymoron, but and the forces around him going to stifle any move to try to to do that. Now, if what we've heard, others who have been in conversation with him, like for example, the opportunity for him to have invited Mr. Cummings to be his vice president. He had that opportunity, and folks who were there, who were part of that conversation, would tell you that there was no intention. He had no intention, contrary to what is being said out there, popularly said out there. Oh, Cummings is acting so proud. Cummings didn't want to be the vice president. Cummings was never asked.
No, I always say that. You know me.
Yes. It was not even part of.
You know me. I come to Cummings' defense any day on that.
So, to allow that to happen. So that in and of itself, because again, as Mr. Nangwe, they talked about this whole this ethnic divide, between the Americans and the so-called Americans and the so-called native and all of that. That would have been a great bridge. But I mean, if you remember, many folks, even including Prince Johnson, were people who were openly talking about that. I mean, in fact, there was I don't know if it was this election or the 2017 election, but there were people who were in Boakai's camp peddling that.
2017, Boakai called his ticket the country ticket.
Exactly.
And that was where he and Brumskin had this.
That's where he and Brumskin fell.
Yeah. So so I don't know. I don't know, Ben. So all of that now we thought that, and like we all have said here, I mean, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf with the UN being there, with being the darling of the West. I mean, she had an enormous opportunity to be so transformative and set this country on a really good trajectory of, with the whole good governance piece and blah, 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 and all of that sort of stuff. I'm not sure. I thought that, President Boakai had it in, but I don't think he has the political will. And he has shown from all of what I just articulated, he has shown that, he's not going to be the one.
So I'll say this, and I've had conversations with President Sirleaf about this, and I've asked her, right? So I have asked President Taylor. I got a chance to speak with him, I think about 3-4 weeks ago, and one of the conversations that I had with him was something similar to this. if you were to do this all over, what would you do, right?
Right.
What are some of the things that you do? You're sitting, you're sitting now. You have a whole different lens of everything you're sitting and watching, and stuff like that. Starting with Taylor, his mindset is, first of all, his first thing is, oh, there's a whole lot I would do different, right? One, my international engagements would be totally different, right? The Americans probably would have made the extra mile. He believes that the decision that he took not to come to America was the nail in his coffin. He should have listened to his instinct and not listened to his advisors who advised him not to come to the U.S.
Same advisors were
That's what
talking
they were-
about
they
to
were
run
afraid that
this
you were
current
being
president.
arrested.
Yes,
It is a problem.
Yes. So his thing is, I should have come. I should have gone, had the opportunity to be able to make the case for myself, because I was very surprised at the itinerary that Taylor told me he had speeches at the Corporate Council on Africa. He had a meeting lined up with Al Gore. Bill Clinton had agreed that in the meeting, Bill Clinton did not agree to an official meeting, but Bill Clinton agreed that in the meeting with Gore, he would have walked in and they would have had a conversation, but it just would not have been. There were several things that he said that, and then obviously, what was shocking to me, and when he admitted and said, listen, I never left the mindset of a general. I never made that transition because I was always on the defense. I always felt that they were after me, right? So I never made that transition from a warlord or to the presidency. Yes, the style, everything, yeah, but my mindset was always about defense. And when I did have this conversation with President Sirleaf was very frank with me. She said, Ben, one of the problems, I think, and one of the things she said, she made the statement in 2017 about we need to pass this on to the young generation, was because she was talking about the issue of baggage. She said, all of us who form part of this struggle, right, leading up to our different elections, just accumulated too many baggages along the way that it became virtually
Too many IOUs.
Too many, exactly. So it became virtually impossible. You remember at one point in time, she even made a statement in one of her interviews when she said, when you won't fire the person, they come and talk to Enter Jenny.
Yeah.
Right? And then Enter Jenny kind of said, oh, Ellen, you know that their person and nephew, that their person's son or this person's son. So maybe, again, not an excuse for them, but just from a context of having, Robert, I think you're on mute. I think I'm getting a feedback from you. Yeah, just a context of having the privilege of hearing from them, right? Hearing from both of them, because one of the things that I try to do, and I know I get accused a lot of this. They say, "Oh, Ben, you know every politician, or every." The reason I admire people and I like, because like I said, somebody like you, Mr. Nambe, I see you as a fountain of wisdom. You are part of that. And anybody who doesn't understand the history is bound to fail, right? You study history, you read history, you learn. We already don't have a lot of them, right? I've been doing a lot of reading. I've been reading Talbot's presidential papers, right? Some of the ideas. I got a chance to, I said it the other day on the show. I finally read this book. This is Samuel Doe's thesis that he wrote at the University of Liberia on U.S.
Did he write that? Or
Oh no, he wrote it.
I'd like to have a copy of that.
Where you get it from Amazon? This book. And the story behind this, Wilfred, he gave this thesis to Elizabeth Blunt. And Elizabeth Blunt turned it over to his daughter recently to have it published. In fact, there is a handwritten note from him in this book to Elizabeth Blunt.
That's
right?
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. And it talk about his struggles with the U.S. and
because there were always rumors of people doing his papers and doing his work for him.
No man, I think just
that the pap just died. He told us he was one of your professors, Ambassador Tape.
Yeah, you see the handwritten. You see the handwritten.
You are a very smart man.
Yeah,
you see it.
Yeah.
Handwritten, and he gave it to. So the reason I say that is to say, and coming back to the conversation. This is one of the things that we need to encourage in our country. We need this, my generation, or at least me, Robert, our generation, and the newer ones, to try to study some history to find out where the country has come from, so that we don't tend to make the same mistakes that was made in the past. So I know Mr.
You've asked a lot of questions. I have a question for you too, Ben. And I'll be honest with you, the questions are pretty soul searching.
Mm-hmm.
What you're describing is the problem in our community. We have various layers of the Progressive Brotherhood. You had the Tibote, Sawyer, Matthew, Boyma family, Blama Nelson. Then there was the community we said, the Dusty Wolokoli, and then there were guys like us, Alari Tokba, Kofi Woods, Pajibo, Michael George. But we never really had serious discussion about succession.
True.
If you know the Blama Nelson, with all due respect, he's still in Monrovia. He's still playing party leader in UPP. Deacon Carlos, they're still here, even though we're here. And even my brother-in-law, Cabo, we talked all the time that even though he had become a doctor, some of the big brothers were still asking him to get water in the room. When he entered the room, Cabo gave me water to drink. You understand what I'm saying? So now that we the older folks are, we're on our way out. Let me throw it in your lap. You the generation. Who do you see, or who are some of the few people you see who could be those rallying individuals?
Good question. Good question.
Yes.
Wait, are you asking me?
I'm
Well,
just you, Robert, you tell me.
You won't get me in trouble. So let Raul and talk. You won't get me in trouble.
Man, that's a difficult question.
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Difficult.
It's difficult in a sense that the individuals that I think, and I've always said, Mr. Nutwood, that I don't think Liberia is lacking when it comes to smart people, right? Because I've seen, there are many, there are lawyers, there are doctors, there are entrepreneurs. A good friend of mine, Nelson Carpenter, he's one of the biggest state farm agent in the state of Georgia. Just invested $200,000, or I'm not even sure I'm supposed to say this. I'm sorry, my dear brother, but he was the one of my best men in my wedding.
You just said just invested $200,000, so you didn't say anything.
Thank you.
We don't know what he
invested $200,000 in a different country, right? And the question we always ask is, and I'm like, why not Liberia, right? And he goes, I don't know if I'm certain to get my return on investment if Liberia, number one. Number two, I don't know if I'm ready to take my kids with me to Liberia to protect my investment as opposed to the country that I've decided to invest in, right? So there are lots of competent Liberians. The Ghanaians are not smarter than us. The Nigerians are not smarter than us. And so, but in the space, the political space that we have right now, will they survive? They won't survive. I'll give it an example. Look at what has happened to Alice Cummings. Now, we may not like, Alice Cummings came from my state, and he was an integral part of our leadership in Georgia. And he would tell you, we kind of bumped heads at one point. I think one of our town hall meetings, his wife was there, and he was there at the time. Bishop Harris was here, and we were going through some difficult times. I had to turn to Alice Cummings and I said to him, "Sir, are you going to sit here and allow this to happen when a single word could make a difference?" Right? And so at that moment, it was the beginning of my kind of disagreement and questioning as far as leadership, right? But I kind of got over, as a young man, I kind of got over that, and I realized that this is a man who has worked hard all his life. He epitomizes, what we should be looking for. Right? He's a millionaire, and this is not a bluff, right? He did not earn his wealth by just politics, right? Government taking advantage of the poor people, right? He earned it. He worked hard for it. And this is something, and we know in this country to claim the ladder and compromise, it's not easy, especially as a black man with an accent. I'm going through the same thing as a young Liberian in Georgia, right? But he goes to Liberia, spends all this money. I mean, he retires. He could have been in a mansion here in Georgia, riding expensive cars, traveling the world. He goes to Liberia, and what does he get? He does not survive in that space. And the people who are surviving are the people who are trying to get out of poverty. They're trying to get out of poverty. And so I don't know any country in any democracy, even though Ben asked that question, I still believe democracy is the way. But I don't know how we get transformational leaders when you are electing 90% of the folks who are poor. They're poor. In America, you have doctors, lawyers who are senators, who are lawmakers, people who wants to become presidents. John Kerry was a multimillionaire. These people don't want the position because they want to get out of poverty. They've already experienced life. In Liberia, it's a totally different thing. And so even if I were to identify someone said Ben Sanvee will not survive, because Ben Sanvee's own problem is the fact that he got involved as a young man. So even though he got involved as a young man, it should be a positive, but people have taken that to make it a negative. Like, this guy been around too much. He been around a lot of crooks. He know everybody. All the crooks, he knows them. He knows them. He can go to Liberia and have meetings with them. So it has become a negative, right? So all of the young people that I know, even those that are not Congo Liberians, because they were not educated in Liberia, because they have a little bit more money, because they know what's good for themselves, they will be stereotyped. And I don't know if they will survive in our country. So it goes back to Ben's question.
Okay, let me step in for a minute now.
Maybe Russell and South Africa come in. It's a complicated, Liberia is a complicated, the more I think about it, the more I come to the realization it's a complicated.
I want to answer the question. I thought he answered the question.
He answered the question.
I can't answer the question.
Okay, let me answer that question.
I
can answer that question, Ben.
I can't answer the question.
So
I can answer that question.
He said was a difficult.
He said
It's a
answer.
difficult question.
So wait 1 second. I want Safa to comment, and I will answer that question, Mr. Nyenwolo. I will, but I will.
You might call me.
So
I'll
answer
the question.
okay, so Mr. Nyenwolo, how you doing tonight? How you doing, gentlemen? So I got a simple answer.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I got a simple answer for that. You see the names you call, the Barkers, the Tipote, the Chair Chipo, the Sawyer, and then Blamo Nelson. Those guys didn't earn your leadership. They all came from the diaspora. So they came and then they recruited young gentlemen like y'all. So by default, they were leaders already. You know what I mean? So now if they leave this space right now, nobody should be anointed to that space. People should go out there and earn it. Because we have a thing in our politics in Liberia that we have this soup sim student on LU campus. If you are a leader on soup or leader on sim, you're a de facto political leader nationally. You know what I mean? And that's what we've been living with over the years. So let's divorce ourselves from that lifestyle and let people go out there and earn it. So if you're active right now, the field is open, go out there and earn it.
So how do you earn it?
Okay.
So wait.
Okay, that's the question. So that's the question. How do you earn it?
Yeah.
Don't look for it.
So let me
okay, go ahead, Ben. I'll give it to you, Ben. You want to earn it.
Introduce a great new segue into this conversation. The Studa Sim conversation, right? Student politics, student activism, the revolutionaries, right? Look at the body politics of Liberia today. Look at the student politics of Liberia today. Is with all of the khakis and all of the militancy. That's the word I was looking for, right? Militancy. But to answer Mr. Nambe's question, it is a very complex, but it's a straightforward question. And I will start by saying this. One of the things that we do in Liberia, and I don't know about any other country, so I'm talking about Liberia, I'm not saying it may be happening somewhere else, right? Is that we look for angels in the devil's world. We pretend and we put weights on folks, on people that we know even ourselves would not be able to carry. No one is perfect, right? We are very brutal when it comes to giving people even second chances in Liberia.
Correct.
Once you slip once, We beat you so bad to the point, and we live in a society also that things, once you throw things on the wall, it sticks, it's there. If you even move it, the residue is on that wall, right?
Yeah.
There's several names we can call. We had a whole class in 2023. We had a whole class. I don't even want to go to 2020. I won't go to 2017. I don't even want to go to 2014 when I ran for the Senate.
Yeah.
When I was 32 years old and ran for the Liberian Senate and got the support of a lot of young people. But I can also confidently say that some of the greatest opposition that I got was from my generation.
Yeah.
Where he coming from? He didn't go to LU with us. In fact, everything he has gotten has been handed to him.
Yeah.
How did he become youth advisor to Charles Taylor? He just went to Unity Conference Center and gave a speech, and Taylor picked him. In fact, they said Joel Taylor knew me. That's the reason Charles Taylor picked me. Robert said it. He goes to Liberia. He knows everybody. He's Kekurakpoto Jr., right? So let's take it away from me. Like I said, I didn't want to go back to 2014 because I know there were young people in my generation that opted to support Rob Salif than to support me. And you know what my crime was? I haven't paid my dues. In fact, even though they said,
even though you have been there, though,
even though I was there,
But it doesn't count because he was too
it
young.
doesn't count. And you know my crime. You know the other thing? It was let Tomalin. That was when I really got close to Tomalin. When he picked up the phone, Robert. That was the first time I know Robert endorsed a candidate. Kimmy Weeks endorsed me. Henry Costa did a passionate endorsement. The reason I say this is because you asked a direct question. That's why I said let's not go all the way to 2014.
Yeah.
The last election we just had, we had Charlene Bromsky on a ticket. We had Charlene Bromsky potentially could have been vice president.
Yeah.
You had Clarence Moneyba who ran for president. Maybe one of his crime was he power vice president. So the sins of the father maybe transferred onto him because you know in Liberia we are very good at transferring sins, right? You had other young people who dared put their hand up, but you saw the mentality of tearing down.
Yeah, the crap.
Even if you don't support them, don't destroy them. Because you know what? If if Obama generation had destroyed him, we would never have had Obama in this country. Right. Never. So this is a serious question. Serious question that you ask. Yeah. There are people in in different political parties today who are comfortable just being battle criers. They are comfortable. So when Ben Sanvee became chairman of Liberty Party, it was strange, and in that strange view, it was also beat upon, right? There are people who saw Charlene as where's she coming from? Because of her pa. Henry Costa. People beat up on Henry Costa, but guess what? Henry Costa led what today still stands as the largest protest in the history of that country. Organized. Right. Because 1979 was not really organized in a way to say, oh, we're coming out today. Right? Now, you know about 1979 is a number, so you can talk about that. Absolutely. But Henry Costa was the people's champ, the people's vote. He made his mistakes. He had his pitfalls. In some people's book, Henry should never even be given another chance because he has fallen 1 or 2 times. So there are many, there's not a shortage. I even go to Liberians in the diaspora, Winfred Russell. Winfred Russell wanted to be council member. They beat him down.
They beat him down, yeah.
Because he was not attending parties in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So we can name, you ask a question, I don't think there is a deficit. No. But again, it goes back to a fundamental question that we ask here. Where is the enlightened generation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I know Tomalin
That
and
is the question.
and Winfred will come in, but and that's a question, Ben, that we may not. I don't expect us to answer tonight, but I want us to put it on the table.
I agree.
Who among us, and the guys writing in the comment section, look, you talk about Soup and Sim and all these people. I was the Linsu vice president. We were not built for national leadership. We were just built to support our big brothers who themselves were trying to gain national leadership. So,
Amen.
I think you've heard people say we knew how to agitate, but we didn't know how to govern. Because we didn't get so. But now, you guys, I mean, some of you have that experience already. That's a question that I think we should put on the table. Let's find a way to
right before Tomalin come in, Liberia is also a country that I know that it is not the day Ben Sanvee or Robert Garguah announced that he's running for president.
Yeah.
In fact, it's almost like you now pour hot water on the skin. Where are you coming from?
Ben, and I'm cutting you out, but it's
so animated.
My wife said Hillary is the best person until she puts her name in the race to run, and then all of a sudden,
everything chocolate.
Do you think Obama would have survived in Liberia?
Hell no. Only in America.
You think Obama could have given a speech at a convention and come out and ultimately become president of Liberia?
Yeah.
Only in America.
Ben, that's a point to it, Winfred. Let me just say something quick. That's a point to it.
I know all of what you all have said is true, and I've experienced it, like you said, personally. I continue to. But I don't know much about many of the other African countries, but I know a little bit about Nigeria. And the progressiveness among the 30 to 50, 30 to 60, 30 to 50 generation is like night and day. We're way ahead.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell.
In fact, they're competing against each other progressively. Yeah.
No way. There's no way in hell you will have a 17-year-old Ben Sanvee or 32-year-old Ben Sanvee running for political office in Nigeria. No way. So where we are yes, we have this crab in a barrel syndrome that continues to bedevil us, but we're light years ahead of. I don't know what it's like in Ghana.
True.
But
I didn't know. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no. The likes of Gregory Coleman and Henry Costa and Benjamin Sandy and Mariah Yokula.
That's what I'm about to say. Their names.
No. You'll find that in Nigeria, bro.
I mean, I can envisage a national legislature, right? With Mariah Yokula, Martin Colley, Robert Garguah, Tomalin. Like, I can call names. There's not a shortage. And then guess what? There are community organizers in these communities in Liberia that we may not even know.
That
we may not even know that will rise up. But again, I think it needs. There's some silver questions that need.
Yeah, I mean, like Mr. Nangba said, I mean, there needs to be some education, of course, some enlightenment. But I think we just have to continue because we cannot give up. I mean, it is tough, it is difficult, it is disheartening. I mean, when you put, it's like, hey, everybody has their area, Ben era is, he's comfortable in the political space. I'm comfortable in the political space. So that, so if we step up to provide leadership, or we step up to contribute to leadership, I mean, we shouldn't be pulled down, and castigated and maligned and all this sort of stuff. But, and it's terrible, but it is way more toxic in other places than we have it in Liberia, believe it or not.
Mr. Diggs, you want to say something? You were saying something?
Yeah. So what I wanted to ask that one of the key things that's missing in our country is that, I mean, one of the key things that we don't take advantage of or we overlook is the media. The media plays a crucial role in democracy. You're talking about Obama. We didn't know about Obama when Obama spoke in Boston 2004. That's when America got to know Obama. And that night, I heard Chris Matthews, that used to be on MSNBC, and Zell Miller was going back and forth. And
True.
Chris Matthews said, this guy could be president one day.
Yeah.
You know, and then Obama ran the Senate campaign. If you read his book, Game Changer, Obama had a secret meeting with a senator in a restaurant kitchen when he decided to run for president.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But the media play a crucial role in election or in democracy. Now you come to our country, Liberia, you listen to the radio sometimes, somebody trying to run for office or somebody's in office, what they're judging them on? They're judging them on bag arrest, jersey, and a bridge. The guy built a little monkey bridge and you give him a job for 9 years. You know what I mean? So the media plays a crucial role. And hey man, you guys on the closing argument, you step up the game, you hold elected people accountable, people that are running for office hold them accountable. Don't tell me about your donations. Tell me what you're going to do to enlighten the people. You guys had a show the other day with Senator Snow. Somebody asked Senator Snow about his legislative accomplishment. He talked about Dillon working in his office. He talked about Andy Kwame working in his office and Assistant Minister Dillon, Chief of Staff. He sent it to some guy on scholarship in India. There's somebody who's been a lawmaker for almost 20 years. Can I name one legislative accomplishment but talking about gratitude that he gave to people? So that's a very serious problem in our democracy. We look for handouts. We elect people to get handouts from them than for people to uplift our life.
Patronage,
So Siafa, I wanted to bring that, and I want to highlight Omaru's science comment. I think it's very important what he wrote. And I want us to talk about it. He said, Ben Sanvee, one of the questions you should be asking here is how did Obama win over a majority of his generation? The young people saw selflessness in him based on his past services and activities as a community organizer and senator, right? So then I listened to what you just said, Siafa, right? Is that what we're judging people on in Liberia? Because I know many community leaders who will put their hand up. It doesn't have to be Ben Sanvee. It doesn't have to be Henry Costa, right? I know many potential rising stars in Liberian politics. I mean, in community service, community leaders. I can name them. They're even females, young females. Would they get the Obama? Would they get the Obama movement?
But can you reload?
Right?
I will comment. Please,
So
No, but wait, let's deal with it before we'll get to Abu.
No,
Ben,
it's important because
We'll get to you.
So let's deal with it, Ben.
Let's deal with this first.
So Ben, if you read the book Game Changers,
I read it.
So there's something in politics. The Mr. Nangwe, who been around for a long time, will tell you the power of your surrogates.
That you telling me I'm too old, right?
No. It's just that you're a little long in the tooth. That's sorry, guys. I'm not TikTok. I'm not TikTok ready, so that's why I'm not video. So there's something called your surrogates make a whole lot of difference for a candidate. And something our candidate, Mr. Cummings, was lacking seriously. If Mr. Cummings doesn't open the door, nobody open the door. So like in the case of Obama had tons of surrogates. Shane Hildebrand. I mean, you could just name it. These are people
Pluff.
And
these are people that were grassrooters. So if Ben say I'm going to run for, and before you step up to the stage, you got to do an audit of yourself.
True.
And then look around and say, these are the things that I need. These are the things I can do, and these are things that I can't do. And the one you can't do, then you try to fill in that gap before you step on the stage.
Let me just quickly agree with Siafa, and as we're trying to answer this question, I think, and I'm reading also Abu's comment. I think that's those are part of the
they're trying to distract people, man.
Exactly, those are the.
Abu is a panelist here. He's trying to give.
I met him here once,
Yeah.
But we say here we can't allow perfection to be the enemy of the good.
True.
I don't think we'll find any individual who will be without flaws.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be able to take the net. We all come into space. If Robert wants to be the senator of Basel, does he have to speak Basel? Maybe not. Is that a disqualifying failure? I don't think so. So I think we have to, I don't want to use the word liberal, but as I'm passionate on, one of the things I also caution against is, I think we should, as we thread the relationship, we have to find a way as the old folks are exiting the stage and introducing the young people. I see an attempt, these days, everybody, oh, you're open, you're moving from here, man, your time passed. Now, when you do that, they're human beings too, they're feeling a certain amount of threat.
Yes.
You got to reassure them as they're exiting, but they have to bring you onto stage as they are exiting. You were brought on the stage very early, Ben.
Yeah.
You pay your due. Tomalin, he goes way back to LFA time. So you've come of age. You guys we need to allow you to come on stage. We have to know when it is our time to give you the space. But that is not being done in Monrovia. I don't see a lot of it happening. For instance, you guys, you should be office chief of staff or to this president or deputy minister. You're already an understudy, you're then rising. We don't have that. There's a disconnect. So as we are considering this question, we should do the best we can to encourage this kind of thing. Because I see there is a lot of there's a tension, between you, the younger folks, and you. Right now, it's your time. You have the right to come on stage. We have to realize that and say, yes, you know what? Shafa is recommending the media. Tomalin, Ben Sanvee, Robert, they know how to organize the media. I mean, we saw what they did in North Africa, right? We saw how Obama did it. It is a powerful tool. We can use it as better as you do. We have to also realize that. But then you got to hold our hand as we're leaving. We bring you on. Yeah. But there is an attempt to sever that relationship entirely, and I think it is going to pose a problem.
And Mr. Nangwe, so Tomalin, before you come in quickly, I want to bring in Ambassador Clarence Tage. He brought up something very interesting that I was going to talk about it, the lesser of two evils politics, right? We find that, and I've said that many times, right, that we've always been giving the choice in Liberia of we got to pick between the lesser of two evils, right? Evil is evil, right? Whether lesser or greater, right? And almost like we got to pick our poison. It's almost like you bring two poison tablets to me, and you say, I'm gonna pick one, and one of them will kill you, one will not kill you, but you got to decide which one you want, right? I'm not going to tell you which one will kill you. I'm not going to tell you which one not to kill you. So we decide. We say, what? I would just go with the one in your left hand, right? So, but the question though, and Clarence does make a good point here about this lesser of evil thing. How do we not get to the place where there is a lesser of evil? Because let us be fair here, that even the conversation we are having about potential 2029, right? The elections, all of the elections we have had since the beginning of this new dispensation, right? There have been solid names that have always been on the ballot. And 3 of those names have become president. We're going into 2029, potentially, with the return of Guar. Some people say Boyka may run. Tomalin just say he didn't think Boyka will run, but Boyka has a constitutional right to run if he decides that he wants to run at his second term, right? Then obviously you got the new injection of a Cone, new generation, 47 years old, right? Part of my generation. Cone is a part of our generation, right? So my question is, when do we get to the point where how do we get to the point where, to answer Clarence's question, with saying, you know what, we got competence across the board, and even going into a runoff, we're not picking the lesser of two evils. How do we get to that point?
But funny quick, right? The conversation of 2029, I said it already started. And what's going to happen? I'm hearing this one, people they start saying already. 2 things going to happen, right? The UP and CDC, people are putting in a different category. People are saying, the group are saying, look, we cannot deal with the 2-party anymore. They have tried them, they have failed us. So now you have another group that's saying just what happened during the remember the.
No, but I always let her ask you this question, Tomalin, when you're talking.
Yeah.
You say people are saying, and another group are saying, is this among the intellectual class or is it the people on the ground? Because we always know where the intellectual class.
You know what happened, though, man? You have the young group of people who feel that their future have been stolen by the two parties the last few years, and then another group say the tail option. That group is the group that say, look, we have not tried Mr. X yet. Okay, we are trying Mr. X now, and what's actually happening? Listen to me carefully now. Those who are disgruntled within the UP and the CDC, they are going to join that tail option. Listen to me carefully now. If I'm in the UP and I feel that we betray the people confidence, I'm in the CDC, I feel that we fail the people. Those people who are saying that, they will join a tail option. Now, the young group of people who are saying that the future was stolen by these people, they're going to rise up. And watch what will happen in the next few months in Liberia. There will be a movement that will start like for the diaspora that will join the group in Liberia that will struck the state of Liberia. Now, yeah, I come here, Ben. Yeah, what will happen though if that group emerges, right, and they join the tail option? CDC and UP will have their hands full. I'm telling you this, Mark. I'm telling you today.
Okay, so let's get everybody else thoughts on what Tomalin just said. Is that so? Just summarizing what Tomalin said, right? Is there a potential for a third option to rise up? We did try the third option in 2017. We also had an option of a third option in 2023. It didn't spark. All of the elections we've had in Liberia, Unity Party and CDC has taken about 90% total of the total votes. Fact. No, there's no debate about it, right? We can start around the horn. Maybe we'll start with you, Mr. Namwe, or maybe we'll start with Robert. Go up to Mr. Namwe. And then
Robert hasn't spoken.
Is there a room for a third option?
I'm afraid that I don't think so. And in my thought process right now is I don't think Joseph Boakai, even if he decides to run in 2029, I think he will be massively rejected. And there are some within the party right now, they are thinking about that. The question now is who fills his position as the incumbent if he does not run in 2029. I don't think, even if he decides to run, I don't think it will be in the best interest of the party when they're thinking about how do we sustain power. And to Tomalin's point, there's a lot of young people who have been in this fight for a very long time, and they don't think that they enjoy the larger portion of Ellen Johnson's 12 years. And this is their opportunity to do that. And so I don't think I think this is done deal for him. I don't think that we will see a new phase. I don't think we will see a new phase, and I could be wrong, until George Weah comes in and serves his second term. That's my thought process. As long as George Weah remains,
it's kind of like the Trump
exactly. You now have Hillary Clinton is out the way. I don't think she's coming back because I don't think America is ready for a woman president. I think she's done. Donald Trump last term is done. He's not coming back.
But Trump said he may run.
No, I don't think.
No, man.
You can't put anything by this guy. I mean,
no, but
bluff.
It's all bluff. He also I mean, the Supreme Court will not allow that to happen. Not in America. I don't think so. But I think many politicians who wish to be president of Liberia, especially the new face, you talk about Dr. Clarence Monova.
Yeah.
You talk about Alice Cummings. All of these new faces that are coming up, they themselves know that George Weah is in their way. I don't think that even if there's a third lane, I don't think that they pull. George Weah is a very popular figure in Liberian politics, and until he finishes his second term, right? I think I don't think any other politician stands the chance. Now, if we were electing people based on this whole vision, based on the issues, right? And if our electors were educated enough, and if they were enlightened enough, we'll talk about that, right? To say, you know what, We know what George Weah has done. We know what Unity Party has done, even if Joseph Boakai doesn't run. Now we will listen to people who want to talk about the issues. Where do you want to take our country? How would you do better than George? This is what Obama. This is what America. This was the opportunity America gave Obama. We don't have that scenario in Liberia, right? So I think that come 2029, especially given the way Unity Party has led, I think this gives George Weah the advantage. He comes, he serves his second term, and then there's no more George Weah. There's no more Joseph Boakai. The question now is, who becomes the next president of Liberia? I think this is where now the young people can ride it around a choice.
Thank you, Robert.
That's
Robert,
my belief. But other than that, as long as George Weah is dead.
So Daniel Bonda seems to agree with you. Daniel Bonda seems to agree with you, Robert, not you, Tomalin. You probably didn't read Daniel's whole statement. Let me read it. He said there is a potential for a third option, and that third option will be led by the young people. Nonetheless, 2029 may remain uncertain for that third option, but consider it for 2035.
There you go.
We will have some level of clarity. Mr. Nangbe.
He's not ruling out it's an option, man.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Nangbe. I want Mr. Nangbe to come in here. Robert threw in President George Weah as the 300-pound gorilla in this room. Listen, exactly what Robert said is exactly what I've been saying. When I decided to support George Weah in the runoff in 2023, that was the argument I was making.
Right.
My argument was, it's not that George Weah is perfect. It's not that he has had the best presidency in the first term. Heck, he didn't, because I criticized him during his presidency, right? But for us to deal with this thing and finally put this whole emotional thing to rest, give him a second term, and let's have a clean slate in 2029. 20,000+ people more than me thought otherwise, right? They said, let's go with Joe Boakai, and hopefully Joe Boakai will do so well that Liberians will forget about George Weah, right? So far, it doesn't seem that it's working out.
So what do you say?
What do you say?
Let me make my input by let me make my input.
What you say?
What are you saying for 2029?
What am I saying?
Yeah, you believe Liberian people will still be looking at CDC and UP?
But I've never hidden that secret. I've told you that if elections, listen, I can't predict what will happen in 2029. Between 2029 is a lifetime, Mr. Nangbe. It's a lifetime, right?
Politics,
we thought Prince Johnson will still be alive to deal with 2029. Prince Johnson is dead, right? But if I'm speaking from today's lens,
we'll keep the video. We'll keep the video.
The video will be archived.
Yeah, keep a video.
No, but
a video.
We'll keep the
Tomalin George.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Nangwe. Let's go to Mr. Nangwe.
I will make my input as a question to Robert. And what Robert's saying has a lot of plausibility. So let me ask you, Robert, if President Weah were to come back for 2029, do we see him as a CDC candidate, or do you think he will leave the whole CDC machinery and be a part of the third option?
I think that had he been given this chance, based on what I know and based on the conversations that I've had with folks close to him, I think this term was the how would I call it? I think President George Weah was ready to turn the page. I think this was the term if he were to be elected.
Right.
Second term. I think this was a term where the partisanship would have been put aside from our perspective. I think it was more of a legacy term for him now, if given an opportunity. And I think come 2029, he understands that this is it for him, right? And the question about the sustainability of CDC after George Weah is the biggest question of all. And Ben is talking about that third wheel. I think George Weah and the folks understand, in order for CDC to be sustained, the question with regards to 2035 is a very important piece, even if George Weah is not there. So then how do you incorporate that new phase come 2035? Another problem that young people will face, and all of us will still be here. And by this time, we would have had more money in our banks now. By the time we'll probably not make more money, we'll go back.
Yeah,
We'll
Robert, you were running 2035.
You will be in Liberia now. So you can't tell us. You can't tell us.
By that time, according to what Abu said, by that
He
time,
can
according to
speak
what Abu
Basa.
said, you probably learn how to speak Basa by that
Yeah,
time.
but listen, Ben.
Let me say-
Ben. Wait. Give me 1 minute. You see, and I think and I'm praying that Mr. Namwe and Winfred then will still be alive. We will cause trouble in our country. We'll cause serious trouble in our country. When I say serious trouble, that's what I'm talking about, Ben. We will make sure that our balance is not coming from no one's hands. It comes from our own pocket. If Abu and other think that because we don't know how to speak Basa, so that diminishes the fact that we are Liberian, then they got something coming out of Ben Sanvee. They got something coming.
Robert, we
Yeah?
all know that.
They got something. Don't even listen to that, because gone are the days. Gone are the days.
No,
where,
don't say gone are the days. Don't say gone are the days.
Gone will be.
Gone will be.
gone will be. There you go.
Yeah, don't say gone are the days, because right now, Abu mindset is prevalent in Liberia.
Because
But let me
this is
say
what-
this. I
this
wanted
is
to
what the-
highlight Abu.
But Ben,
I
I want to make this point. The young people will be faced with attacks now.
Mhm.
Come 2027. With who are we going to ride it around? Because come 2035, after Josh Weah, there's no more Josh Weah.
Yeah,
There is no
Robert,
more
I
Alvin
agree.
Joseph
Let's
Sali.
talk about
There is no
2023.
more Joseph Boaka.
Yeah.
Who will be that face
I'm not
for the
going.
new leadership of Liberia? And this is when we will know whether or not we as young people, right, whether we will make the same mistake that our fathers made. Because part of the issue with our fathers were, Ben, they were not united too. They were not united. Today we're also facing that issue when it comes to unity. Look at what happened with Winfred Russell in Minnesota, right? People feel like if it's not them, then it can't be Winfred Russell.
So
This
Rob,
is the issue we're gonna be faced with.
Rob, I don't think I'm not as optimistic on the unity piece. I don't think we're gonna get to that point. I think there's gonna be a bold set of leaders that will step up, and success is the only child that has many fathers. Failure is the orphan. I think how that group of bold leaders put themselves together, even the Obama that we were talking about, guys, Obama had to win Iowa for him to get black people to run behind him, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
Many black people didn't believe Obama was a viable candidate. They were rooting for Hillary 90-10 when you look at the polls, right? So success, and I think that is where the context needs to come in. A consolidation of these young, progressive, new thinking minds come together with a force. You gotta be in the majority, but how you engage and what you do and how you strategize, you will bring people along. People will come along, but I don't think there will ever be a day where our generation or the generation that coming where everybody will unite.
But Ben, if we take that risk, then we could be wrong.
Yeah.
You may not have Joseph Boakai in the risk, but maybe there's a 75, 80-year-old man.
But that's what I'm saying. There's always, but Robert, there's always that threat, because guess what? There are people who saying today, right, that after George Weah it will be Ellis Cummings' time. And who knows, Ellis Cummings will be 70-something or 80-something.
Come wait for that time, right?
But then at that point,
Yeah,
we have to reject
No, but
that.
I think.
But we can't reject that if we're not united.
You must be joking to think that Liberian people will sit down. The two parties that have brought the country.
Tomalin, you are not the spokesperson of the Liberian people.
Okay, Tomalin, let me say something. Tomalin, just a minute. Tomalin.
I want to read a comment. I beg you.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
I read this comment. Tomalin, and I want to get everybody take on this, because this is my battle with Tomalin. I always have with him.
Okay.
He gets into this zeal of
Euphoria.
the Liberian people. Like he is spokesperson for the Liberian people. Meanwhile, the Liberian people can always prove it wrong, right? So, but let me say this. Tomalin, they say
the man simply has his ears.
they say you guys are missing something very significant, right? And this is Ibrahim Kone. The third option mentality has always been driven by the intelligentsia. That is not always accepted by grassroots voters in Liberia. Until we have a populist candidate as a third option, the intelligentsia will never succeed in the idea of a third option, especially against an individual like George Weah. And that's why I alluded to in the past, we've always had third options. From 2005 to 2023. We've had third options, and we have qualified third options.
Okay, but Tomalin, just a point, Tomalin. Looking at this third option thing is very difficult to predict, because we all know the number from the last election were complete anomalies. I mean, there's no way the two parties got 90% plus of the total votes.
That was a
So yeah. So it's difficult to predict the third option. But then you know something in Liberian politics. Let's say you look at a district. Within a district, you got multiple communities. Within a community, you got community leaders. These two parties have built a foundation that I'm not saying it can't happen, but to go and break those foundations or to crack what they call the blue wall, to crack those walls, it'll be a lot of work. That would be a lot of work.
You're contradicting yourself.
The work has started
No,
already.
no. What he said is there's a possibility that
I'm saying that I'm not saying it can't happen. What I'm saying first.
No, and that's what I'm talking
It's a
about.
lot
I
of
think you're
work.
contradicting yourself on the notion that the results have been fraudulent. Because if you're saying these two parties are grounded,
Yeah,
and explain
yeah,
why they're
Ben,
getting the majority of the votes.
Ben, but Ben, guess what? If you look at 2017, the Liberia Party and the ANC were almost about 15%, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 15%.
Yeah.
So, and then we had the CPP, and then
2023.
they dropped to 1%.
But that was a different scenarios.
Okay, but I mean, even with all the breakup and what have you, it would have been that number. It would have been at least 15. I look at it.
You think the CPP would have gotten 15% in 2023?
Yes, I look at it. I got 15%.
I seriously.
Because guess what? I can give you a common example, Ben. Let's look at Montserrat County.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the CPP senatorial candidate got more votes than Alexander Cummings in Montserrat County?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Is it possible? Okay, but you know what? But you know what?
Got more votes than George Weah.
Okay, but you know what? We're not going to relitigate the election. So what I'm trying to say, if you don't have real data to look at to say, okay, this last election, the third wave of the CPP for this number. If we work, we can bring it to this number. That means you're peeling away from somebody. But you don't have none of that. We all know the numbers are not real numbers. So where is the third wave starting from? Where?
Mr. Third Wave.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Not hear from Mr. Third Wave.
Where is it starting from?
I said this right.
Go ahead.
You found people here on the third
Last election, right? The 2020 elections, I can tell you, anybody wants to what I'm going to say. That election was won by CDC. I will say this, I'm maintaining it. The 2020 election that Boga won was won by CDC. But CDC allowed, they were in power, they allowed themselves to be cheated by the system, by whoever that did it with them. CDC won election fair. I'm telling you the truth. But one day you're going to find out what Mr. Tomalin said something one day. That is one for CDC. Now, with that in mind, talking to people around, you're talking like, anywhere you go, talking to people in Liberia or Liberia. The question is, I'm telling you this again. I grew up on that, right? But guess what? This time around, people will not sit down and allow the two parties to dominate. And just that, before I end, just last night, since Reconstruction, there was a place in Florida, a district there, that always voted Republican. Last night, Democrat won that particular place, somewhere in Florida, in Pensacola. Yes, Pensacola. That place they broke the red wall, and I can't tell you that.
And so your point is
saying that.
Okay, so Tomalin, let me say something.
Let him finish, please.
Okay, go ahead.
They had that thing, the solid ground. Guess what? This time around, in fact, before the end of this year, you will see the movement that would.
Until you announce this movement, stop here, man. You always struggling with this movement.
Tomalin.
What I was saying. Watch what I was saying.
So you know about this movement?
I'm aware.
Are you a part of this movement?
Are you part of the movement?
He's an architect.
How y'all started CDC?
I'm a part of that movement. I'm telling you.
Now I see how y'all started CDC.
That movement and y'all will say, wow.
Okay, let me ask you one last question. Is there an arrowhead for this movement?
Right now, I won't say that right now.
So Tomalin,
we're gonna save this video.
We gotta save that video.
Save the video. So Tomalin, let's look at the 2023 election, and that's some of the issues we have in our country. We sit, we debate this election result. It's fraudulent, it's not fraudulent. But guess what? Those ballot papers are still locked in the boxes and sealed. We got civil society organization. We got all these pro-democracy group. Did anybody ever file a Freedom of Information Act to say,
information.
I come in better finish. Anybody file a Freedom of Information Act and say, this thing didn't look right. Let's go dig further. There's no curiosity for knowledge. And we just accept things as they get thrown to us. And that's why we said about that. Go ahead.
Actually, last time I go, Ben.
I don't come in as Sarah Beslow.
Sarah Beslow, Yankee.
Well, there are two things, Ben. But Ben, guess what? But Ben, there are two things. Don't tell me there's so many here. There are two things. If a candidate is challenging the results, they have to come with something. If a civil society just doing a Freedom of Information Act to look at the ballots, there are two different thresholds. That's what I'm looking at.
No, they had this thing they were forming.
They were forming, but if
or something.
Yeah, if you go file a complaint, you got to come with something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sarah
and they didn't have anything to come with.
No, Sarah Beslow coming and
Clarence Moneyba.
And Alexander Cummings was forming this pro-democracy thing, and they said they were even going to get international forensic folks to come. I remember. You remember until Sarah left there in the court and went to be foreign minister.
Yeah, but the thing is that they were candidates, so the threshold would be different than when civil society just do for filing for the Information Act.
It should be civil society. Okay.
And then let's not forget the way President Weah just kind of conceded.
When we are conceded, it just killed.
Let me drop this there. We sat down. In fact, I would say we sat down. The CC government sat down. Two Ghanaian boys from Ghana came here. They came here and just disrupt our election, and they ran back to Ghana. You all know what?
Kevin Johnson disagree with you.
But Tomalin, you're being powered. You're being powered. You control the security of the state. Then you say two Ghanaian came and raped the election and ran away.
What I said, that is allowed to happen.
And you empower, you control the state security?
No,
Tomalin, that's a lame excuse.
I think if you said that, let me say this.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, but Tomalin, I know. Let's not do that.
Man, we start the conspiracy.
I think doing so, Tomalin, diminishes what President George Weah did.
What?
Which was commendable. I think that in any other African country, we saw what happened in Freetown. In any other African,
I'm on the ground.
But listen, I understand that. So if the president,
this is what you did. I'm telling you that.
Let him finish. You were speaking.
If the election, the incumbent were in charge of the election.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So if they felt like if the election, how is it possible that the Joseph Boakai would have possibly cheated those who were in charge of the election?
Boakai knew. I can tell you. I want to call news.
So Boakai didn't know anything about it.
You know how you got. I'm telling you. Look,
I have a sense of what Tomini is talking about.
No,
I don't want us to derail the conversation.
Okay, so if you guys got company secret, y'all can take it off the show. Yeah.
But that question we had on the table, I don't want it to die out. The question of the next level of leadership.
Let's
exactly right, because I think Tomalin, what president? I think
now we are a different ball game.
I think what President Weah did was commendable, and I think that he himself knows that he could have still been president today if he wanted to stay there. Right? We've seen it happen. It would have been a done deal. But he did that. He did that for a reason. I think part of what I think the reason why he did that will push him forward come 2029. And when I said that, until George Weah completes his second term, the whole possibility of a new face. I'm not saying that because I want George Weah.
If he doesn't win, he won't run against you.
No, I think if Weah doesn't win in 2029, it's a done deal. But again, I don't think, given the fact that George Weah remains so popular, right? I think Deeks was talking about the investment that these two parties have made. And I thought he made a very important point, which goes back to the strategy of what I think. People are underestimating. People underestimate how powerful CDC is and how powerful CDC can remain beyond 2029. All depending on how that strategy play out. Imagine that George Weah win 2029. He completes his 6 years. He is the incumbent. Though he's not running no more, George Weah, as popular as he is, especially given the fact that majority of his support comes from young people, and we're talking about young face, the new generation. That man could still push the CDC over by handpicking that next phase of leadership that could look like the electorate. And so it's important for us to realize that just based on how he play his game, he could still have a say so after 2029, come 2035. But again, I don't think there's a hope for any new face. I don't think there's a hope for any new face as long as George Weah remains in a race come 2029. Now, if he doesn't win after 2029, then the conversation is over.
I have a different take. Right? I still think, and I strongly believe that there's an option for a third lane. Okay, and so there are two scenarios that they're playing in my head. So which is not the third lane. So this one scenario is to butter up George Weah. I do agree. I mean, we're not going to take, and we should not take CDC for granted. CDC is a formidable force, and it can wreak havoc in the country. Okay, so one thing we could do that could happen. I mean, Safa may not like this, but to see if there will be a merger. There'll be a merger between CDC and ANC, and allow George Weah, butter him up a little bit, that sort of Donald Trump type, behavior, like giving all the different praises and accolades and all that sort of stuff, and say, look, my man, you are the godfather here. You are the man of the party, but step aside and let's put Mr. Cummings as the arrowhead of the party, and then support it from behind. So that's one option that's playing out. The other option is more.
I'm the moderator. Let me re-emphasize what it meant. I like Winfred. I love Winfred. And Winfred has been pushing this narrative for a long time. There's something fascinating on this show. Winfred believes that we should step aside and give it to Cummings with his support and say, listen, I'm the godfather, right?
I'm the kingmaker,
I'll make you president. And so, but like I always told Winfred, I don't know.
No, but let me come.
Okay, Winfred, 1 minute. Yeah, Winfred. I said, Winfred, I got something to show you. Unless you got somebody like this in Liberia, I don't guarantee that happening.
Who's that? What's his name? Jim Baker, right?
Jim Baker,
yeah.
the man who ran Washington D.C. Read his book. You know a real power broker, and we don't have that in Liberia.
Ellen Johnson, cool.
But I think Ellen Johnson said,
that's the way I want. And the only other person that could do that is Dr. Sawyer.
I know Winfred will elaborate, but I can put money on it. What the scenario that happened with Winston Tubman and George Weah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it was needed in that moment. It was needed. It was very strategic. The George Weah now, who is a doctor, who has got the degree, and who is a former president.
I think that train has left the station.
Cannot. It's not running. I don't see it happening now. I do see the possibility of an ANC and CDC, but again, boy, that's going to be a war. ANC,
but if it's ANC and CDC, ANC is not going to join CDC if ANC is not
Yeah, but
going to,
Winfred.
you know, and Mr. Cummings is not going to run. It's not going to. I don't think
But
ANC
Winfred,
will allow Mr.
here
Cummings.
is what I
Winfred, what
think
if he
about
ran
that.
a
Okay.
Winfred,
Let me land
Winfred,
on my
here's what I think about that, right?
Winfred, would you advise
on my
him?
lane, on my third
Winfred,
lane?
Winfred,
Yeah.
one second. In that collaboration, the other way, I'm not talking about Joe Weah stepping aside, but the possibility of, ANC and CDC collaborate, but George Weah is the candidate, and
No, Winfred said he wants Joe Weah to be president.
and Cummings is the VP. I mean, what do you think about that?
You know, I mean,
But let me tell you why I think that will not
he has.
happen, Winfred, because I think that would defy the geographic balance. Both of them are from the southeast,
From
and
the
I think
southeast.
it'll be difficult to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if that's difficult to sell, I think this scenario, I think will be embraced by a lot. So we bring in the Kehleboe Gongloe party and the ANC, and I think a ticket with Kehleboe and Mr. Cummings.
Let's have that conversation after the by-election.
But let me tell you why I would know.
Because there's a lot of that part right now is brewing. Musa is in the
No,
middle.
that.
Let me tell you why I would know.
That ticket will blow away George Weah.
You know, let me tell you, Winfred, they will not even get 1% of the vote.
No.
Let me tell you, 1% they will not get. Let me tell you why.
We are ANC.
The country, first of all, the country will run away from that ticket. That the first day. You know Liberian people, they will say, "No, too serious. That ticket too serious." but coming back to what you said about the Weah and Cummings thing, I said this over and over. The only option that Cummings had to get a Weah support, right, was if Weah had won his re-election and Cummings had supported him. I said that over and over. Weah went to Cummings and made that commitment to him. Give me your support. 2029, you will be president, right? But with all the other things, and for me, I want us to focus on. And Winfred, I know you like I always say, I like Winfred. Winfred is caught between the Liberia that he's
tenacious.
Yeah, he's caught between the Liberia that he dreams about, the Liberia that he dreams about, and the Liberia that he got to deal with, right? When he gets to Liberia, he can deal with the Liberia that he's dealing with, you know. But then when he's thinking about the scenario, he let us think about the Liberia that he wish will happen. But on a serious note, I think.
But Ben, we don't have no VP candidate right now. I mean, the conversation with the Cummings situation and who gets the next, maybe that's a possibility.
No, but Cummings is not gonna run as VP to Weah.
Why not?
I don't think that's possible.
Why not?
Robert.
The geographical balance. The geographical balance. Southeast. I mean, like one side of the country, they were just turning it back on them.
We've had our share of leading.
Since we're oncoming, I don't know how long y'all want us to stretch this. We can go to 12:30 and call it a night, right? Okay. It's almost 12, so we can go to. My intention was 12 o'clock, but let's push it to 12:30 because I see more people are joining and people sending me texts, but they say, "My man, y'all need to be doing it more often." I say, "I know I'm married. Y'all think my wife."
But so in answering this question, we managed to go right back to the old circle. We're still calling the old name. I'm not hearing the new name. I'm not hearing Ben Sanvee, Liberia Russell, Robert Garguah, CFRD, Tomalin Josh. I'm not hearing these names.
In the two parties that have done the political.
But Tomalin George, we asked you for your third option name. You say you can't call your third option name.
So listen to Mr. Nangwe.
That question here clearly. Who is your arrowhead?
So listen to Mr. Nangwe. Come 2029, it will either be Weah or some older person with a younger running mate that would be the person that would take it to the future.
What? See,
how? What you say? I'm confused.
The person
Weah and an older person, or Weah?
I say Weah and a younger person. I say come 2029, we'll have a president. Will either be George Weah or the younger vice president that would be the person for the future. Mm-hmm. Or it will be Alexander Cummings and a younger vice president to build my the future. Okay, that's a two you look at.
I'm injecting a new thing in the thing now. Jeremiah Cohn.
Oh,
You got it. No, don't. Oh, no.
Jeremiah Coon is not sellable nationally. I can tell you, you can't sell him nationally.
Man,
Y'all
don't
wait,
waste your
let
time.
me inject.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Y'all take a no. Y'all go get a
Go ahead.
How about go get a cocktail? Okay.
Well, man, I can't get
You at
comfortable,
work?
man.
Go get a cocktail.
I got a gallon of water.
No, Ben is he's out of the box. I think.
Go ahead, Ben. Yeah, I mean, the man's a factor. He's a vice president.
And I keep telling people this. The closest person to the presidency right now is Jeremiah Coon. He's the closest person because he's the vice president of the country, right? Nature happens, incapacitation, wherever the situation, Jeremiah Coon is president, right?
Yeah.
Joe Walker wakes up tomorrow and decides, say, listen, I'm done with this thing. I'm tired. He could do that. He could do that, right? People may decide, say, he didn't want him to do it, but that is his decision. Joe Walker could wake up tomorrow and say, listen, you're beating on me. I have made history. I'm tired. That thing, I ain't able to do it. He can't move Jeremiah Coon from there. Jeremiah Coon will be the president of Liberia.
Yeah,
That's the only way he could become president.
So I'm asking now, right? Two scenarios. Can George Weah defeat of President Jeremiah Coon?
Absolutely.
Or let me finish my scenarios. Can George Manuel Weah defeat of President Jeremiah Coon, an incumbent President Jeremiah Coon, right? Or a three-way race, Cummings, Weah, Coon, whatever the mix is, right? Can they defeat of incumbent President Jeremiah Coon? Or if Joe Boakai stays on, he say, you know what? He does what Ellen does. I'm going to stay on. And then I'm going to support. He's going to come up publicly and support his vice president as his party nominee. The Unity Party coalesce around him, right? They got the power of the incumbency. They got the resources. Remember, Unity Party is not CDC. Unity Party not coming and tell you, say, oh, we conceded with 20,000 votes. They're not going to do that. That is Unity Party I know I'm talking about here, right? What threat does Coon pose to a candidate President George Weah, either as incumbent president or as incumbent vice president and stand-up bearer of the Unity Party?
I don't know, Ben.
We'll give it to Mr. Nangwe. We'll give it to Mr. Nangwe. Let's give it to Mr. Nangwe.
You know, Ben,
That Mr. Nangwe.
I don't know that President Boakai has that kind of gravity, kind of sway over the UP to commit it like that. Two, I think they did it based on the UP constitution, but I think it was a tactical error to have allowed Jeremiah Coon to leave MDR and join the UP. Because now Prince Johnson, of course, could have persuaded the MDR to support Jeremiah if he wanted to run. But now Prince is off the scene and Jeremiah is not in MDR. And so to go back and call on it, because right now, that's what I was saying.
Well, he had to join UP because NEC guidelines says
so it was NEC. I thought it was
NEC. They're not UP. They're not internal. NEC guidelines says the party is the party standard that you bear. You have to be a member of that party, except you are in a coalition. And Unity Party Alliance is not a registered coalition at NEC.
Yes.
That's why you saw all the candidates ran with UP logo because not only recognized, unlike we are in Jua Taylor, they had a coalition recognized at NEC. So Jua could stay in MPP and we have to stay in the Congress.
Thank you for that clarification.
You have to be NEC so Coon had no choice. If you want to stay,
but I struggle trying to identify the vice president's constituency right now.
Okay.
He's not a full-fledged UP guy.
Okay.
He's no more MDR. And where is his constituency?
What's the difference between Jeremiah Coon and Joe Boakai? When he was vice president.
Well,
Joe Boakai is native to UP. Jeremiah Coon is not. He's a just coming.
No. I'm talking about them as vice presidents.
Joe
Boakai was vice president to Ellen. He was able to consolidate when he became party leader. What's the difference? He was from a big county.
So you mean Joe is running again for a
No.
He's
clarity. He's not running. He decides, like I said, two things. He resigns. He said, listen, I'm tired. Coon, you finished my term. Then you got President Jeremiah Coon with state power, incumbent president running against Joe Weah. Or Joe Boakai doesn't resign. But in the end of his term, he gave a full-fledged endorsement to Vice President Jeremiah Coon, gave him the party, everything. Coon is from a big party. The city Ellen did to Joe.
Ben, few things, right?
Yeah, Robert,
And
you
I
can
think-
take it.
and I think-
I have
I
problems.
don't think that either scenarios. I think the only way, from our perspective, I could be wrong, that he becomes president is if Joseph Boakai allows him to. Now, let's assume that Joseph Boakai steps aside his last two terms, which I doubt will happen, and Jeremiah Coon becomes president. I still don't think that is enough weight. I think Mr. Nyenwolo mentioned something very profound. We still don't know his constituency. Yes, MDR.
Why you
You
keep
keep
saying
saying because Jeremiah.
The
Jeremiah.
man have won. The man won.
He has one. He has one
election.
separate
Oh,
election.
Ben, he won two elections with Prince Johnson influence, and he barely won one.
Great point. Just because he's won two, let me tell you something. Do you think that Jeremiah Coon would have become VP if he was not recommended by Prince Johnson? Absolutely not.
But true crack.
His scenario, for instance, with Guar Howard Taylor, if you ask me, I think Guar Howard Taylor has more political weight than Richard Coon. So I don't.
Jeremiah Coon.
Jeremiah Coon.
He can deal with it.
I don't think the people of Unity Party, especially the young lieutenants of Unity Party, they don't trust Jeremiah Coon as one of them. So he has a lot of work to do to try to build relationships with the Unity Party folks. He became vice president because he was a part of the deal to win an election against a very popular president under George Weah. Now, if he becomes president because Joseph Boakai steps down, or based on incapacity, inability to lead, it still does not negate the fact that based on their successes or their failures, I think that will be a very important piece. Given the results come 2029 and the way things are going right now, it's difficult. It's showing to be very, very difficult for them. So it doesn't matter what happens. Come 2029, if you put Richard Coon against George Weah,
Jeremiah Coon.
I'm sorry, man. If you put Jeremiah Coon against George Weah, I think it will be a landslide election. It'll be the easiest election.
Interesting. I want to hear from Siafa.
Okay, Ben. First thing, the UP government got to perform exceptionally well for all that scenario to play out. Number two, I think other than Winfrey, I the only other person in the chat group that lived for 15 plus years in Nima County.
Okay.
I was born and raised in Nima County. I've seen all the Nima. I've seen the Nima Ray. I've seen the November 12th. Yeah. Richard Coon. I'm sorry. Jeremiah Coon. Jeremiah Coon has won.
Imagine how waiting for Richard Coon president.
Oh no! I will get off the show right now. So with Jeremiah Coon has won every election through the influence of Prince Johnson. His first election, district number 1, he beat Non-Kida. She had gotten so unpopular. You know that, right? She had gotten so unpopular. Then he won again in 2017. Prince Johnson was running for president, and it was the whole MDR and Nima County thing. He won that one. The senatorial election that he won against Edith, with Prince Johnson influence, that's 9 districts in Nima County. Edith won 4 of the 9 districts. Garrison Yellow won 1, and he won the other 4. And there was some allegation of fraud and all that thing, and it was like 2,000 votes. Now we don't have Prince Johnson in the picture. Anybody who knows Nima County, there will be no king in Nima County. You hold your district, you hold your clan, and you will be the clan. You'll be the clan leader. You'll be the district leader. Can Jeremiah Coon consolidate that base? Can he consolidate Nima County before he even get out of Nima County to go nationally? I don't see it happening. And then one thing,
I don't see it too.
And then one thing, running as an opposition.
I just been the vice president's watching this show. Just so you know.
So okay, how you doing, Mr. Vice President? So guess what? Guess what? Running as an opposition is easy because you always attacking.
Yeah.
And there was something President Weah did very well in 2017.
Yeah.
When he got 2023, he was on the defense all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see Jeremiah Cohen on the defense because he will have to defend 6 years of
Yeah,
ruling.
the
Yeah.
record, yeah.
So there's a whole lot of variables that are going to play out, and we haven't seen it from him. We haven't seen it from him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen,
That's
that's why I love. That's why I love.
solid points there. Yeah. Sorry,
That's
man.
why I love this panel. You know,
Yeah.
now I let her inject these wild things, and I'm serious. They said the vice president is watching. I just got the text. So, but let me say this. I think Winfrey already said he didn't see it possible.
No, it's not. I mean, it's Siafa just.
Yeah, Siafa just nailed it for you, right?
Yeah, I think the point
Both of us are
Siafa making, they're very
products of
tangible
Democrat
and they can be overlooked.
just-
And that's why I was saying
just-
I struggle identifying the VP's
The VP
constituency.
stronghold.
Yeah.
Tomalin George, what's your take on this?
I've always told the VP that his best pathway, except what you guys said about Boga becoming incapacitated, he becomes president. Other than that, where the way things are going in the country, especially so if they cannot accomplish what they plan to, what they invested to do, he needs. We are in a final match. I think
it's a done deal.
we has the edge.
Then, do you think we beats him on the first ballot?
But
Do you think we go to a runoff?
No, that's tough.
Yeah, what may happen, right? I think somebody was speaking just now. Within the UP right now, there's a division in UP. He has to put it together. Because right now,
I agree with you.
like Mr. Nagba said, he's a
there are
transplant.
there are three things he's in charge of now: the SOEs, the legislative project, and the road project. Now, these three things, if he cannot accomplish a success in these three tasks, he have a hands full. Now, in the UP, if they are not united in the UP to gain that support, it's a problem. Now, the UP came to power through an alliance. That alliance have already crumbled.
Yeah.
And the people from that alliance they are crumbling, then those who are living, who are not happy with the alliance now, they are not leaning towards we are now. They feel that we will not forgive them, in a sense. When we talk there, we will not forgive them for what they did 2020. Because most of the people that are in our alliance, we have helped them. They worked with we are before in the past, and they feel that they betray him, and he will not easily let go. So what they are saying now, that's why I'm talking about the tailing. They will come to an alternative, that tailing, that where they will put the hope.
So you think the tailing can face we are in a runoff?
If that's a tailing, yeah, if we are going over tailing other than the UP hurricane, the tailing wins.
So okay, wait. Let me repeat. I want to hear what he's saying.
Yeah,
I think it's a foregone conclusion that George Weah will go to a runoff. I think we all know that, right?
He goes to a runoff with let's say with Jeremiah Cohen. He has the edge.
No, I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is,
if there's a tailing,
are you saying that are you saying there is a potential for a Sterling to overtake the UP as the ruling government?
If that tailing come to the runoff we are, because I said right there, and
but is it possible? That's the first thing.
I believe so, because Ben, I'm telling you,
Yeah, it's possible.
Ben,
The way the UP is struggling right now, I think Tomalin, and especially what Dean just said, right? As an incumbent, you're on a defense. The way they're struggling right now will be difficult.
That movement, that option, if they decide to go together, they will challenge UP and CDC. And one of them, if that movement and that option goes to a runoff with CDC or UP, that movement wins.
Okay.
Yeah, but Tomalin, this hoteling thing, I mean, it sounds good for. Let's wait and see the actors. Let's wait and see the actors. Let's wait and see the actors.
Oh, no, of course. I mean,
Let's wait and see the actors.
Are we waiting for 2 years before 2029?
That's what I'm trying to say, guys.
It will start this year.
Tomalin George. We already know one of the problems we have in Liberia is people coming together politically. They will come together for senatorial election. They will come together for everything. But by the time it comes to presidential election, everybody won't run. Everybody won't run. Right?
That's where the discussion has to be here, right? The discussion has to be here that we should not allow that point that thing to hold us back. where we'll be fighting for leadership. No. That's
Who
what
you talking about? We.
Okay, Tomalin, let me get you a telling advice. Tomalin, let me get you a telling advice.
You know what you're telling.
So we all know that the VP, the Prince Myean, these people are always chatting to try to consolidate power.
Yeah.
So if the third lane want to come into play, the third lane has to attack those institutions.
There have to be some of those actors in that third lane.
Yeah. So
right?
and then so now you have some of those same actors because if, you know politics is not a you can do purity tests in politics.
Thank you very much. You reading my notes.
It's a contact sport.
Yeah, get out of here. So let's see the actors. The jury is still out. Let's see the actors.
All right, people from Rhode Island, keep bringing. Go ahead. What was CDC people?
Have you guys, Tomalin, have you been paying attention to what George Weah has been doing? Have you seen the way he's been conducting all of these? And it's very interesting because I've never saw Joseph Boakai do the things that Joseph. Do you see what's happening? I think CDC to some extent, even though I'm mad that they have not been on this government as much as this government was on them in 2017, 2018 when they took over. I think that they're setting the groundworks. Again, I could be wrong, but as long as George Weah is in this race, maybe the third thing gotta be Jesus Christ.
No, but hold on a minute, Robert. Hold on a minute. When you say CDC is not hard on this government, that how the government was hard on them in 2018, the UP didn't have a voice to criticize CDC.
Thank you very much. It was the CPP.
It was the CPP. It was the CPP. Guess what? It was
the UP were part of that collaboration.
No. Guess what? Even before the CPP came into being legally in 2019, Pen. You had the COP and Alexander Cummings were the main actors because guess what? The UP didn't have the moral standing to come and criticize, and they'll be like, "You were there before. You were there before." So right now, so right now, that's the dilemma CDC has right now. They can't be vocal. So all they have to do go back and consolidate and get ready for the game. That's why they're doing it.
Ben, let me 30 seconds. Ben, give me 30 seconds. Let me be. Look, I'm not a CDC. Just relax. Then wait by. Just relax. You know my party. When we talk about the influence and the impact of George Weah, I'm not saying it because I necessarily want him to come back. I'm saying it because it's a reality.
But nothing wrong with that.
It's a reality.
Nothing wrong with that. Let me say this. I want to end. This is the discussion we're going to end on. We're going to end on potential pairings, right? With these candidates, potential pairings, right? And then we'll call it a night. Potential pairings. So I enjoyed the conversation about all the different scenarios. These candidates will have to pick a vice president. They all will have to pick a vice president that's going to be able to help them or hurt them, right? We start with President George Weah. Should George Weah stick with Joe Taylor, or should he look outside?
No.
Y'all win.
Y'all win.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. I'm asking. I got other names I'm calling, right? Mm-hmm. Should President George Weah stick with Joe Taylor, or should President George Weah say Edith Gongloe wins in Nimba County? Should he pick Edith Gongloe as his vice president, or should he throw a Hail Mary, a curveball, and say, you know what, I'm going to go for somebody who will inspire a lot of confidence, or, that will be able to rally, say, the diaspora or wherever, because George Weah alone, the man was vice president, the ticket with Winston Totman, he made Winston Totman enter the second round, right? Who do you think President George Weah should be looking at as a potential vice presidential candidate?
Okay, so I think a good way to go about it, but I like this, but I think a good way to go about it, so are you going to give us all of the candidates and then we come up with and pair them up and then present them?
Yeah.
Okay. So George Weah and then Jeremiah Kuhn.
Then we got Prince Myean, right?
Okay.
We got potentially who? Prince Myean. We got what a guy named. Let's say Edwin Snow. Let's throw Edwin Snow in there. Edwin Snow for both Prince Myean and George Weah, because some of these people can crisscross now. Don't get it wrong, right? George Weah can decide he want to pick Edwin Snow. Yeah, and Prince Myean and Jeremiah Kuhn can decide he want to pick Edwin Snow. Jeremiah Kuhn potentially also could pick somebody from within the UP circle, right? And then let's throw a wild card with somebody like Cummings, right? They just say that the three people, because we know nobody else at this point in time, right?
Gongloe.
Oh, and Gongloe. Well, we don't know if Gongloe is going to run.
No, Ben. I think George Weah. I think if George Weah picks, I don't think he should pick Jua Howard Taylor because
just come with your just pair them up.
If I were to ask, it's okay. Given because I'm not 2029, whoever he picks, I'm also looking at the strategy of a continuation of that vice president being a possibly new face for a new generation come 2035.
Okay,
So
who would that person be?
Okay,
I would say,
and
I would say,
Please write in the comments. Also, who should Joe Weah pick as vice president? Go ahead, Robo.
I would go for, and this is just for right now, right? But if anything, I will go for Dr. Clarence Mondoba.
Okay, interesting.
Yes,
interesting pick.
I think if you pick Dr. Clarence Mondoba, I think he picks Dr. Clarence Mondoba. It brings more young people on board, and they understand that he's preparing Mondoba for 2035 to pass the torch on. And there's a strong possibility that he will.
So that's one. Okay.
Different names, they're true in. Thank you for this, Morris Robert. Sir Joseph Thomas Fala. They are potential VP picks. Whoever.
No. Let them go sit down.
No, whoever can pick
we're talking about new faces, man. We're not talking about every sport.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Robert. I won't focus on the name. I will focus on somebody that will be a transformational person to the next generation.
Yes.
Because like Mr. Nangbo said, you got these people at a court in 45 years and counting since the coup 1980. They've been part of the governance process of this country. So and they are walking up the stage, and they can be you can be 75, you handing it to somebody 65, right. Then they got at 55, you still calling him little ball. So you never a man until you die. You know what I mean? So Clarence Mondoba, that's a good name. So somebody in that kind of mold of Clarence Mondoba, like, I mean that
should go fresh.
Yes.
You have to go fresh.
You have to, Ben.
I mean, even Joa was fresh. Joa was a fresh pick. When I say fresh, it was a bold move. It was a bold move. Yeah, it was a bold move. So you have to go fresh. I mean, you ought to go big.
You think you should go fresh and bold?
Fresh and bold, yeah.
It has to be a statement beyond 2029.
And it's not only George Weah. Anybody running for president, if you don't go fresh and bold, I mean, then you're still looking in the past.
Cummings went fresh and bold. I mean, where did it take him?
Time will tell.
The times.
What about Charlene? What about Charlene?
No, I don't think.
Charlene is another option too.
Yeah, but I don't think.
What are your thoughts on Weah? I know you want him to be president, but still, you upon it. That's what the CDC pocket vote for you for. And I tried it Winfred, man, over and over. Pretend. Act like you let it be.
Go to the barbecue. Go to the baby shower.
You will go. And that's a founding member of CDC. So I know that Tomalin does.
I had CDC credit. Tomalin George. Tomalin who's already gay on CDC that very depending on.
So for Weah, I would do Weah and I would do Weah and Costa.
Wow. That's interesting. That's bold.
I
don't know about fresh, but that's bold.
That's bold.
That's bold.
That's very bold. That's very bold.
That's bold.
I don't think that'll be tough. I don't think we are trust Costa enough to pick him.
Okay. So I will go Weah and Coleman, Gregory Coleman.
Who?
Gregory Coleman won't be elected officer too?
My man,
are you telling us something else?
Well, Winfred, don't forget now.
Wait, Winfred. Are you saying? Anyway, I'm a political animal. I know these things. When people drop names on talk shows, there is some kind of discussion happening in the back. Gregory Coleman is a graduate of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government.
But they're saying Ben Sanvee.
Oh no! I will run for something.
I've been asking you
I
guys.
think
I don't
I will
hear
run for
Ben
something.
Sanvee-
you guys are
January will not be
great
president.
but Mr. Nambwe, I think Ben Sanvee is too polarized. I think you will hurt George Weah.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think you will
Agree.
hurt.
I
Yes.
agree with you 100%. I agree with you.
How can Benjamin Sanvee be any more polarizing than Joe Weah
The
himself?
Joe we are himself, right?
Yes,
You know?
but when you think about, they're not. Listen, these guys will do anything possible to make a Ben Sanvee president come 2035. So let's not even let Ben will run for senator, or he will get some kind of high minister position.
Look out!
Yeah.
So you been announcing my campaign?
Don't have no.
I was there, cool, coming Ben with from police headquarters. Because if y'all had a police headquarters and y'all have a presidential and vice presidential and bishop, so they come in.
But I think Dr. Clarence Monduba, I think if I think he would be a great pick with George Weah, and it would add the young momentum. Imagine, look, I'll be excited for that ticket. I'm not gonna lie.
We are money back. We are money back.
Monduba, because again, he's thinking beyond 2029, and that means CDC. He's also thinking about the sustainability of the party.
Yeah, so he.
I mean, I would focus
either
either on Nimba, Bonk, or Lofa, one of those three for a running mate for.
But
And money back is Lupa.
But Nimba is in
It's in
for
the VP's backyard.
Exactly. There's no
Yeah,
influence.
it doesn't make sense to pick
Right.
who is the candidate for
Okay,
Unity
so
Party. I don't think it makes
Kuhn
sense to pick a
and
Nimba.
who now? Kuhn and
Oh yeah, let's talk about
Kuhn
Kuhn.
up with?
Who do you pair Kuhn up with?
Oh boy, that
To
would be
give we are the run for
I don't think the Unity Party boys would let Kuhn be the standard bearer without Kuhn agreeing for someone
Somebody
young
Yeah, for my
who's already been
establishment.
there, Unity Party, to be with him. The question is,
Correct.
who is that person?
So I can give you that name easily. Those guys operate in a cartel. Kuhn and Prince Moe. That way we go.
I mean, that's what many people are saying.
That would be Kuhn and Prince Moe.
And Prince Moe from Bong, right?
Bong.
Yeah.
Wait, but let me throw something here.
So can a Kuhn and Prince Moe versus?
Listen.
Wait, I come in. So Kuhn and Prince Moe versus Weah and Dr. Clarence Monduba.
But that's it. The past and the future. There you have it right there.
Yeah, but what about Kuhn and Gafuan?
It's not gonna happen.
Nimba and Lofa, they go back to the same formula. It's just that they flip the ticket.
It will not happen. The government will not go second to Kuhn.
Gafuan would not go second to Kuhn.
Tomalin got
That's
something.
the problem Kuhn gonna face.
Let me throw this there. Okay. I know that
You
Roman.
see it? Let me just announce. You see Tomalin go off the screen. You can't on. One of somebody I'm texting and say somebody.
I know that Roman, but yes, now.
One of the men I call him and say text Tomalin.
In the event that Koga wins the election in Nima, the rumor is that he planned to run to John Weah to beg John Weah feet to beg him to be his running mate. Now,
I would never.
come on, wait a minute. If that happens, you know what happens? Koga, he wins, he will claim that he's the godfather of Nima.
You will go for Nima, but he's no godfather of Nima country.
And I come in and if the man wins the Nima election, he will claim he's the godfather of Nima. And then he will pose a problem for Kuhn. Guess what? Kuhn will have Koga become popular, and Kuhn is vice president. It will be a problem for Kuhn.
Do you really believe we are pick Koga?
I don't know, but that the rumor hearing that Koga
That would never
But he
ever
will
happen.
never-
Never happened to me.
Tomalin, let me get you my Nima experience.
I come in. Let me finish now. But now, if Ide wins the election, if our advising we have a running mate, he takes Ide as a running mate for 2029.
How does that help him with Kuhn running?
Guess what? It will help him because
How?
Okay, either
But
way,
what is the message going to be? What is the message going to be? Release, give up the presidency for the vice presidency?
But Ben, that way you see either win election, see how she perform in the Senate. That way they will make the people to say yes, we will jump, we'll go behind this woman. Don't want to look at Ben.
No, but Tomalin, that thing talking about when they put voting Nima, how you perform in the Senate, development, all that thing, they don't even look that way.
I'm telling you today, also, but the men said that we're just missing. I'm telling you.
Okay, but Tomalin, check this out. Tomalin, check it out. If Koga wins that election,
Yeah.
whether he goes to Weah or not, Kuhn will have sleepless night
But I'm telling you, and
I'm not talking about him being we are running
No, I
it.
agree with that.
If Koga wins that, let me tell you something. Koga and Prince Johnson, they form that Zoget district that is close to Ivory Coast. That's that deep Geo district. Kun is not deeply rooted in Nima tradition or Nima politics. He's gonna have a tough time.
even if we don't take if you take Koga, Koga plan to go to CDC to go back to back we are.
Dude, you see, you jump in the horse. It doesn't matter where Koga go, but Kun will have to keep Koga happy 24/7, 365 days around the year.
We're not going for that. We're not happy.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to Kun.
Okay.
Kun.
I said Kun and Prince Moe.
Kun and Prince Moe. Mr. Namba, who you think Kun picks? I say more than likely it's either Prince Moe or Gafwan.
I'm thinking in terms of Fala. I'm thinking Fala. Thomas Fala.
Thomas Fala. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
I think he still needs the president behind him. I think, you know.
Ben, do you really think that the Unity Party machine will allow Gafwan to be a second pick to Jeremiah Kun?
I mean, I think if Joe Boyka is involved, I think they will do it.
Yeah.
You look, you're on the power of the president.
Where do we put Sir Joseph?
But let me tell you now. But
I don't think Sir Joseph.
No. If you say Kun could carry either Sir Joseph or Thomas Fala.
Well, what benefits Sir Joseph brings?
Fala, he can carry Thomas Fala, but not Sir Joseph.
No, but I'm asking you one question: what benefit does Sir Joseph bring to Kun if Weah is running?
But Sir Joseph leaves CDC and he's out.
No, that's not happening.
But what is Sir Joseph? What is Sir Joseph? But what is Sir Joseph? But we asking you now, what is Sir Joseph threat to Weah? What is the threat? Monserrato.
Not Monserrato.
No.
You really think? So you really think Sir Joseph has more influence in Monserrato than George Weah?
I'm not saying that, but I say he crossed the country.
Why?
Bad question, but he put
How? Tell me what has been proven that Sir Joseph called across the country. When you say that,
I'm not bringing you come on scenario. The 2023 election, Sir Joseph won the highest anybody won in a senatorial election. 375.
Because you were running in Monserrato in a presidential year.
No, but guess what?
But Tomalin, let me remind you something.
Because they said
let me remind you of something. That same number Sir Joseph got Geraldine Dosheri got it.
No.
You know how my number? You know how my number?
Nobody can hear you no more.
Yeah, but Tomalin. Let me ask you a question.
That's Sir Joseph number.
Okay, Tomalin, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. If you got 10 CDC voters standing up here, how many other voters can Sir Joseph so away from Weah?
If anyone in we are sharing,
I said CDC, the CDC.
10. How many? 10.
Yeah.
You said CDC. I said we are should be a money now. Come on.
How many, George? 10 voters.
10 voters. We are should be a money.
No. Pick the number.
Okay,
Tomalin. I would take. How much we would take? 10 voters.
I should take 4. We are take 6.
Are you kidding me?
No.
How many? I'm not diminishing Sir Joseph. I'm not diminishing Sir Joseph, but let me tell you one of the mistakes that many people. Now let me finish now, Tomalin. Let me tell you the mistake many people can make in the CDC. Many are there in the CDC. When they get in the CDC and they win a couple of elections, and they get their own, they start to move and do their own thing, they tend to forget that the glue that catapulted them is George Weah.
I agree.
Name me one CDC official, one, answer two, that have broken away from the CDC and have survived politically.
Zero.
Name me one. Name me one on the show tonight. One.
Zero.
Whether elected or whether they were chairperson.
Means of those that broke away and what needs of those
But Tomalin, I just said name me one. That's it. I gotta call that name.
Oh no, Tomalin, I can name one. The guy that carried grade B, Nouvel. Nouvel got elected. No,
That's why.
no, Nuba got defeated. That's what I'm saying. He got defeated by Torgbean.
But that's Ben's point.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling Tomalin. I say you can find one.
Whether you like it or not, George Mane Weah is the glue in that party. Forget it.
Man,
the people are attached to that party because of that man.
That's right.
And you know what?
Ben for the fact that the last time he didn't matter help you win election again.
That is a lie.
Ben,
and if you advise Sir Joseph, if you love Sir Joseph, you will tell Sir Joseph never to move from behind Weah. Sir Joseph cannot win no election in Liberia with all Weah.
You Ben, not true. Sir
Joseph cannot win no election in Liberia with all Weah. Forget that thing.
Tomalin. Okay, Tomalin. Okay, Tomalin, listen up now. Tomalin. Okay, Tomalin, let me get your scenario.
The second win election with all Weah, Mr. Namwe.
Tomalin.
Nobody fool him.
Ben, not true.
Okay, Tomalin, let me get your scenario. Tomalin.
Stop it.
No, okay, listen up, Tomalin. Listen, Tomalin, let me get your scenario.
I want to get 1 second. Let
me get your scenario.
Let me get Tomalin one example.
Yeah.
You know the reasons Sir Joseph won that Senate seat?
Why?
Yeah?
Why?
2 reasons.
Why?
After CDC won the presidential election, 1, it was Weah seat.
Yeah.
2, it was still fresh. The CDC euphoria was still fresh. The victory was still fresh.
Yes.
If Sir Joseph had opted not to run for that seat, and had decided to run against Dillon for Geraldine seat, he probably would have lost.
Because at the time, the momentum, Ben, you talking, Ben.
But that's what I'm telling you.
No, Ben, I'm telling you to that. Let me get
the man talking about now.
Okay, let me get your scenario, Tomalin. Okay, Tomalin.
Let me make my point. They going election, right? There are people that said, when I'm trying to convince people to vote for CDC, they say, Tomalin, we'll vote for Weka, we'll vote for Sir Joseph. People are telling me, my family.
What were the options?
Okay, Tomalin, let me tell you something. Okay, Tomalin, let me tell you something.
What if we have put Henry Costa in that mix?
No, Wilfred, hold on a minute here. Ben, hold on a minute. Tomalin, you're looking at binary choices here. But let me tell you something. Hold on a minute. I'm coming to a point. So you have Sir Joseph in the race. You have a strong person for Unity Party that is also strong outside the country, and then CDC bring another candidate. So you have 3 candidates. You think Sir Joseph win that seat with the 3 people?
Tommy,
No, okay, but Tommy, guess what now? So Tommy, guess what? The vote that Sir Joseph getting, Sir Joseph and CDC will be splitting vote. Where Russell? The Unity Party will have there in the bank. And Sir Joseph will be splitting vote. So it will be at a disadvantage.
You know who Sir Joseph ran against in 2023? You know who Sir Joseph ran against? Who Sir Joseph ran against in 2023, Tommy?
Josephine Base Francis.
No. Who Sir Joseph ran against in 2023?
Yeah, I know who's writing 2023.
Wilma Pay. He got on CDC. He got on United Party ticket 2 weeks before. 2 weeks.
I can't tell you, Ben.
Bro.
Ben, people vote for you, people vote for Sir Joseph.
So you telling me if Sir Joseph breaks from CDC, you will still get votes from CDC?
You get votes from CDC still.
But Sir Joseph, but then let me get you an advice for Sir. And I'm sure Sir will watch this show. Sir, when you watch this show, you my friend, brother. Challenge George Weah for the nomination of CDC. And run for president.
No, but he can't do that. I mean,
what I'm saying here.
Not even a president. Not that I want to. What do you mean by?
We're shooting. Okay. Let's forget about Sir Joseph. Let's forget about Sir Joseph.
Sir Joseph.
All we are support. I'm telling you that.
Monserrato, Tennessee.
We know all we are support.
No way.
He could not. Well, you know, in that department, I don't think he would have been able to defeat Henry Costa if Henry Costa.
No. Put our man. Because I would not been. Don't be frank. Sir Joseph.
No, I don't think so. No, he can't.
I think with CDC support, Sir was still going to beat Henry Costa.
Yeah.
You think so?
I believe so. Sir, no, let me tell you, Sir does have, and let me tell you, and then this is the difference. This is the difference. You see, this is the difference that I have with Tomalin. I think Tomalin there, the overstretches Sir Joseph, this thing about his Ebola hero thing, and going across, and going across party lines, right? Yes. I keep saying this. Sir Joseph does have and fans across party lines.
Yeah.
But
He has a base. Huh?
are they enough to say that a CDC moved from beyond Sir Joseph for him to win seat in Monserrato?
You ask the citizen more beyond Sir Joseph. I first time I asked you.
Enough seditions will move from behind him. Enough will move from behind him for him to lose.
The party line will fill that gap.
They will not fill it.
Hey, Ben,
They will not be able to fill it, bro.
We'll fill it, Ben. We'll fill it.
Well, Tony, what I can tell you?
We can agree to disagree on that.
District, that Bushra Island district, Sir Joseph will get killed there.
I mean, they're both taking CDC. You taking CDC for joke, eh?
I'm not a seditious, but that's just the reality.
Ben, no, I'm from you. That's the point. The point is, Sir Joseph has paid his due. Okay, he has impacted people's lives in Morocco.
Leave that thing that impacted people's lives.
Okay, Tomalin, let me ask you a question. Tomalin,
Before, man, come on,
Tomalin, let me ask you a question. We spent 3 hours here talking about the future. You say Sir Joseph paid dues. Yes. Show me, point me to Sir Joseph's accomplishment as a lawmaker. You tell me he paid dues. Point me there. Don't tell me about his charity work. Because guess what? Okay, let me tell you a joke. Hunter, I come in, bro. Let me tell you a joke. A hunter that come with chickens or rogue. Go when you go hunt, you don't go hunt chicken, right? Yeah. So a lawmaker that depends on charity work is somebody that get gaslighting the population.
Well, he impacting the lives.
Because that's just a fact. No, because you know what? Guess what? If you guys keep amplifying the things, then they feel that all they need to do.
Well, then the thing you're saying, other person people are willing to work.
No, it applies to all of them. It applies to all of them.
You guys are saying that you're saying we are then still get it. Other people get it.
What is Sir Joseph?
They're not the conversation having. I don't think Sir Joseph can win his election on Monserrato with all we have support. I don't tell you that.
And that's not true.
That's true.
And you know that.
I proven it before.
He proven what before?
Sir Joseph won election, but man, when Sir
Joseph won election with all we have support. Name it. He called it.
I said he get the days of
you said he has proven it.
And you know something, Tomalin, that's something I don't like to talk about. I don't like to talk about election. I like to talk about governance. Because the people are in power and they're running the country and are worrying about election. We can't be living from one election cycle to the next election. I come here, bro. So
you guys are still talking about CDC-UP today.
But guess what? Every time we talking, then you bring 2029.
But who is more institutionalized than Sir Joseph?
No, yeah, you see.
We're talking about national now. You're still talking
but bro, slow down.
Now you're the one started. Now you don't want to start at CDC. You're the one started at CDC.
I agree. Okay. Yeah, I agree. That made me today. You see, I'm not in a call because I know why.
Yeah, but exactly. So
gentlemen. Yeah, good night. This is pushing 1 o'clock. I gotta go home to my business.
Okay. Listen, Tomalin. The next time we get on the show, let's spend 3 hours talking about governing the country and not talk about election.
I think we did a good job. I think
we did a good job.
I learned a lot from you guys tonight.
And listen, Tomalin. Let's not talk about election. Let's not talk about 2029. Let's talk about what's happening in the country right now with people that are governing the country. Because guess what? Whenever you focus on election, you give the ruling party a free pass to do whatever they want to do. Because nobody want their feet to the fire.
Well, guess what?
Nobody want their feet to the fire.
Guess what? I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now. If election was held today, Joseph Boakai will be beaten massively.
I mean,
based on how he's governed the country.
Because lies, the lies of the people.
Exactly. And so, Tomalin, who will win? Who will win right now if he was beating massively? Who will win?
The third wave.
The third wave will win.
Hey, I said, Mr. Nangwe, please send me your address to Tomalin. I was saying one of this book.
I will. Okay.
Fascinating.
I will find you on Facebook.
Yeah.
Did I see scenario happen for the TV with the banner?
All right, guys. This was a very fascinating conversation. Thank you so much. Let's do it again soon. Absolutely. Thank you guys very much, man.
Tomalin.
All right. Good night.
Calm down, bro.
Thank you guys.
That Safat, That Dr. Peabody and Tomalin that man there. That's
No, and you know what? And you know what? On that stage, I don't let to talk about 2029. I don't let to talk about because guess what? Because guess what? When you start, then you start calling characters. So these people are so exposed politically, but nobody there to hit them.
No, but because you guys are still talking about it, you started your talk about
Tomalin, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Tomalin, let me ask you something.
I'm a realist. I've been supporting Third Wave too long.
Yeah.
Third Wave has always been my first choice.
I know, right?
Ain't get me nowhere. I'm a realist.
So you go back right?
Tomini George, I told you the days of me living in the Liberia that I dream of are over.
Now why you put me on
that I'm dealing with. You can't tell me I'm a look at what are you talking? You first of all your argument about they will come together. I find it hard to what we do with CPP. We carry CPP all the way to the goalpost.
What we do? We try
to kick the ball
because you guys want your infiltrator, your dismantle CPP.
Who dismantle CPP?
Who
dismantle CPP?
But not you personally, but
no, but I'm saying who dismantle CPP? And you can never, and there's notion that somebody dismantle CPP. No, first of all, the issue about somebody dismantling CPP is aged out and it's old. Because you know what? The leaders should have protected CPP. The men who wanted to be president should have done everything they had to do. Wait. So if they had, but wait, I'm asking the question, Tomini. Tomini, what you saying? I'm not hearing you. What you saying?
Just COP people that y'all want this man CPP.
That COP dismantle CPP?
Yeah.
You say that COP dismantle CPP?
Oh yeah, COP. Come on now.
What are you talking about? How you say that COP dismantle CPP? That COP dismantle CPP? What are you talking about?
COP people are even UP.
CPP got dismantled when Unity Party decided that they were not going to primaries. That was where they each came. You all know that. Where everybody acting like they know that.
But Ben, guess what? And that's why I say the media is very crucial. There was a signed framework document sitting in media man's hands. Somebody come up and say something completely different. They never open it to read what was in there, but they will amplify. They will amplify. And guess what? So there's so much misinformation. So to play politics in Liberia, you got to flood the zone. You got to be reacting, responding every single minute because there's so much misinformation. You start from your opponents and to the people that behind the microphone.
But Winifred, COP was made up of CDC, UP, the body party, ALP, that's COP there. Yeah, what that the mantle the CPP?
COP, Ben, as you can say, newsflash, COP was the culprit.
Did it when I did it. COP.
But you know what? You're already giving COP a lot of credit.
I will not say COP. I will not say COP as a body, but certain individuals in COP.
Okay, but if you say individuals, then different. You say individuals.
That's anyway, but I won't say COP because there was some of our stalwarts that were in COP.
Exactly, there were ANC people in COP. What are you talking?
You're in COP, Siava?
No. No, because guess what, Tomalin, there was a conversation going in the COP chat room.
My man,
and there was somebody in there, Victor.
Whenever you jam Tomalin on Sir Joseph Heteli, he left Peabody. That's a problem. I know him. Why we really litigating COP and CPP?
COP fitting right now.
That's what I said. That's why I want to see. That's why I asked him one simple question about Heteli. Who's your arrowhead?
Ben, relax.
No, the telling got no arrowhead.
Because we all know arrowhead, you wasting my time.
Okay,
I'm not doing that thing where we'll put everybody together, then we'll go sit down and do primary. I can't waste my time.
It's not gonna work.
I'm not wasting my time. That's foolishness.
What I can tell you guys tonight, Marcus did. The UP and season will be challenged.
But let me ask you something. Look at our neighbor Sierra Leone. They went through war jelly us, and they came back to the political dispensation, and they stayed stuck with LCLPP and APC. What's wrong with us?
But Nigeria too.
I keep saying that Tomalin and said they won't tell me.
What's wrong with us?
My argument has been, let me tell you what my argument has been. Infiltrate these institutions and bring about the change, if that's what you're talking about. If you find out that these institutions are the ones that are grounded, like you say, they are grounded, then infiltrate them.
Because at the end of the day,
continue to be a terror option every election.
Because guess what? So long we do it, and one of the reasons why we got senators and representatives that couldn't even be class prefect, but they decided our country future. Because everybody, you got 31 people chasing 2 seats.
Yep.
And then the other one stay vacant for those people to fill in the gap.
So many people can waste time with
I'm telling you, Ben.
What's the button?
There's nothing wrong with turning, Ben.
I ain't nothing wrong with it. Y'all sit down here in America. Y'all go.
And guess what?
When somebody go to where the place need Doma Valley, and they sit down and they dream about the Liberia they want, and they say, oh, they will go challenge the people. Where the people are entrenched. The people are entrenched.
Ben,
What started already?
What started already?
We change the mind attitude. We change the mind attitude. Which would do it.
Don't get trouble.
I'm telling you, Ben. You Ben.
This is your mind, this is your attitude.
But you know, we fair. Yeah, something we can talk. If you know, child, right? I told Ben all going to happen, and it came to pass. I said, when it happened, I'll remind you guys.
What did you told me what happened?
Yeah, you know what happened.
But Tomalin,
the issue about the speaker Ben. I Ben. They didn't tell you.
I mean, that one a normal thing.
I told my brother in the chat room. They message. Oh no.
Okay, I mean, pertaining to the speaker, let me ask her, is it true that one of the associate justices met with the president?
Yeah, they said the president.
1 or 2, I think.
1 or 2 of them.
So the president sent for them and they went there?
Yeah, the president called you, go there. Mm-hmm.
No, you don't work for the president.
I mean,
the decision will not change, man.
No, guess what? It will not change, but you know what? The people that are advising that president, it looks bad for him. It looks bad for him.
Yeah, but
I mean, honestly, I know. I mean, the Guar, but that whole thing, the whole thing was broadcasted live.
So that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say. If they come out with anything outside,
it will look bad. The thing was broadcasted live.
On Friday, so people were announced on Friday that they would run an opinion. Which will be next week.
Because the funny part about the thing when the teacher told Vanessa Sherman, Councilor Sherman pray. Councilor Sherman pray.
If they come out with anything outside of what the public, because guess what? In a court of public opinion, they have formed a verdict. From watching that proceeding, the public has already decided.
She said it. She said, even if you're 100 and you ain't got a presiding officer, you think you got quorum? Exactly. He couldn't answer.
But Richard knows that he won't be speaker. And
Joseph Colley said you must call him for the third wave.
Yes, executive wave.
That recruit whatever.
The executive wave.
Y'all be recruiting 10 members per year.
No, but you know something. That's something I wanted to find out. They say the minority can meet. Okay, Ben. They say the minority can meet. If they don't have a quorum, they can adjourn.
Yeah.
So, but there's no house rule or stat to compel them. But let me ask you. But can the speaker declare those seats vacant after a certain number of absences, or they have to? It got to be a resolution by the body.
It has to be a resolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it was vague. You know, there's so many ambiguity in our constitution. So many gaps.
No, but I think not ambiguity. You bring the house. You see the guys, whenever they meet,
they got to come up with the rules.
Whenever they meet, they fight for committee. You got to get rules that govern yourself.
That's why pass it every opening.
Yeah, but they never address that part. That's why I look at our senators. Our senators say we the upper house. I like, dude, you're not the upper house. You operate like the lower house. Everything wrong, simple majority.
You know what's gonna happen, right? By the time the crisis come to an end, that will be the first rule they will adopt.
You gotta do
How
that.
can the minority compel the majority? Watch it.
Yeah.
Because the next speaker will be scared. Whoever that speaker will be, be scared to say.
I will seize your pay
to be able to compel the majority.
Before you leave here, so what? Let me try a scenario, right? Why if the Supreme Court renders the opinion and say, well, they go back to status quo, and if you want to remove the speaker, you go through the right process.
Yeah.
And they go back to status quo. And I already know that some member of the majority say once the Supreme Court render a decision, they'll go back to wherever it says. Okay.
So where
and then they try to vote they say the state said they want to get rid of Kofa, right? They put it on the floor. Kofa recused himself. Somebody preside. Kofa make his case with them. He faced the accuser and make his case. Okay. After that, take a vote and the fall short of the 49. You think Kofa will resign still, or he will still continue?
If the fall short of the 49, how does he resign?
It's up to him.
You think he will stay?
That would be his answer.
That would be his answer.
That would be his decision.
Well, if you advise, what you advise, man?
I would advise him to resign for it.
Okay.
I beg you, yeah.
But you know something, honestly, we wrote a constitution thinking that we're going to have a civilized democracy.
Yes. And that was the beginning of the conversation about whether Liberia was ready for what
we think we got us because with the expectation that we'll have a civilized democracy.
American Constitution and carry it to a country that not functional.
Yeah. But then guess what? In the US Constitution, everything that pertains to speaker, they just talk about the role of the speaker, about your speaker power, everything is done on your house rules.
On your house rules.
It's not in the Constitution. We put in the Constitution. Because when Kevin McCarthy lost his seat, he had to bargain with the extreme group that they would change the rules for motion to vacate. That just one man can just raise that motion and you need a chair. And he agreed upon it, and then Matt Gaetz then raised that motion.
That's why the Chief Justice said, hopefully when the thing ends, they should be able to say, how do you compel? They will definitely have the majority go to session. They got to fix that thing.
Yeah. But these guys, almost 20 years, we had Ben, you were in Liberia, they had the NDI, National Democratic Institute, went there to how to operate. I mean, all those things. I mean, what has it? And then look at our pro tem. Oh, we implemented a new system.
And Winfred, working with people who issue someone the police director for ticket bidding. And then someone
yeah, for ticket.
You see it?
What is
I know.
And someone the police wrote one representative ticket.
Abraham Williams. Abraham Williams from Maryland.
Thank you. The police.
Abraham Williams from Maryland.
Yeah, there's someone the police director.
I know.
Why you get a lawmaker ticket?
So imagine the legislature, the Congress, someone the DC chief, police chief, because they wrote ticket to.
Where?
The guy was. You say what happened? There's someone the police director.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Because you know the police having a patrol team where they can get a ticket. Yeah. Who's someone there?
The Richard Coon group.
The guy from Maryland.
The Richard Coon group.
They use the majority of people use the chief clerk to write the
police director.
Inspector General.
I want that man. I will deal with that man.
I was saying
but Tomalin, the Abraham Williams got pulled over. The representative Abraham Williams from Maryland County, he got pulled over.
You know how we managed to know? When Gregory went to the play, the minority of people say Gregory went there so they can get instructions to arrest Kofa. The Aka Gregory issue release to say no, I'm going to arrest Kofa. Where they become?
He already went there.
Yes. He went there. Tomalin. I said, go on my wall. You will see the stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, went there.
I know, but I think CFI and Winfred will remember this. There was a time in Liberia, the police director Iluzon Hammer. I think Sonny had a problem with First Lady Victoria Toba, and I think when they asked him, he said she's not above the law. Something about her car in traffic offense. You know, so you
Tomalin, the people, the country gives the people to operate above the law.
Yeah.
They drive tailing. They don't follow procurement law. They don't follow public financial management law. They take government money, put in your account for you to go buy your own car. What do you expect?
So what I heard Ben and Siafa and Tomalin, but just there, doing some work with the police because of support from Brooklyn Park. So that's part of what I mean. And Siafa, this.
And I've been watching those videos. Very impressive.
Yeah. So it's up, but in any case, that stuff, there is no law, Siafa, at least from what we've been told. It was proposed. There was nothing that has been signed and put in handbill that says that they should have a third lane or whatever.
Yeah, there's no law.
There was nothing.
There's no law. The president, the starting president said she never signed no law to get in Turling.
No, never. So that stuff to be running around with is not true.
So when the man went there, what happened?
the man went there.
I'm gonna call Gregory. Gregory will tell you. Gregory will explain to you what.
The man went there. They said that they should use their cars without license plate because the guy pulled them over. One of the
didn't get license plate. Yeah.
Jet train, pulled them over and give him a ticket. I mean, he didn't know who car it was or whatever, but he saw a violation, pulled him over, gave him a ticket.
You got a very weak justice minister, attorney general, because the police falls on him. He should not allow it happen. He should.
But yeah, what? So we gave them a bunch of body cams.
Yeah.
Police won't body cam.
Wow.
So that's why if you see the new police
monitoring it live.
Huh?
No, it's recorded. It's recorded in the cam.
No, yeah. So yes, it has the capacity to do that. But you know what? Internet connectivity. They made a technical mess, so IT mess, so you understand that stuff. So it is. So what they do is that they record it and then they download it.
Download it, okay.
Yeah. So it's not like the one we have here. I mean, it has the capability to do that, but we don't have the infrastructure to support that.
But that's good, though.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so the guy said that no more with the bed, they don't want the police wearing body camera.
Correct.
Because it's very disrespectful.
Very good.
Yeah. I said, Tomalin, come on.
What are you acting shocked for?
No, because Ben, I don't hear anything. I know about it. Rosin tell me nothing.
No, but Tomalin, that one is even better. The worst one was when the guy told his driver to not give his license to the police officer. Yeah.
My man.
No, that was another guy.
But Safa, you see the one with the I even know I'm supposed to measure the show yesterday. But you see the one with the guy from the Justice Ministry.
Oh
yeah, I saw that one.
Well, the Solicitor General, Tomalin.
You joking?
Hey.
Wait, Nisa.
Wait, your page?
Fire. Fire.
Put that one on your page? But why you put that one on your page?
no, it's classified.
What happened to Solicitor General?
The point or
and he did what?
Yeah, he said.
But man, the man start racing serious and
I know that they are new thing you're not bringing. I didn't know that government.
No, but you see.
But the
problem. Let me frank. They want you because if you nothing happening, you bring it to the public. People talk about it. But you keep it high in the routine system.
No, trust me, it's not a rank and file that they're doing that. If I do that one, not a rank and file that doing that.
Man, that's $100.
Yeah, but let me tell you now. So they pull over the American embassy car and get a ticket.
Okay.
The embassy said, "Well, you know what? We really appreciate what you're doing. This is really great."
Okay.
No, but listen, that we really appreciate what you're doing. This stuff is really good. It's a really good thing you guys doing. We support it, but you're not supposed to be giving a ticket against the Geneva Convention. So that convention, they put on.
Oh yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I think it's diplomatic.
Yeah. You're not so getting a ticket.
Seriously, they will not give you.
Where what you do most of the time is that you contact the office and they will reprimand the person.
Yeah, because in DC,
you're right.
When you got a diplomatic plate in DC,
they'll reprimand the person.
They can't reprimand. They can't arrest you. They can't do anything because you are the sovereign property of.
Don't matter was civil letter, but
yeah, because the law that.
They get diplomatic immunity. Something whatever the case, they can handle it. But our lawmakers are obstructing justice.
Plenty, Tomalin.
Tomalin, like Ben, you know, end of the show, you know. But Ben, that the reason why I came on the show when you say, "Oh, the older generation educated," you know, that older generation talk. That older generation got to be split in half. there's one group of that older generation that were young professionals during the Tubman era. That's the disciplined group right there. Because Tubman was no nonsense. The group that Tubman called his pressure jewels, those are the ones that I call them 45 and counting. Those are the ones who were between the age of 27 to 33, 34 years old when they cook in 1980, and they always been in position of power from 1980 up to now. And that's the group there that I read it held this country back.
Look what happened.
You understand what I'm saying? Because guess what? You know that's something we blessed. We came to this country. We learned work ethic. Those guys were 25 to 27 years old, bachelor degree, master degree, director at a government agency in a vibrant country. You know what I mean? Everything been paid for in life. So I mean these are people that Liberia invested in.
Somebody said Jackson.
No. That, I mean, no, that probably got cost me to come into that because they share. And guess what? That's the conversation that they never want us to have in our country. All what the country invested in you. Tell me, what have you done to make life better for the person after you? What's your legacy? Your legacy is not tell me that your day was better than my day. If your day better than my day, I mean the country regress. You know what I mean? And that's a little high. And that's why you see they always want to hold you down. Oh, I know your pa, I know your ma. Yeah, thank you. You know my pa, I know my ma. Next. And then you're talking about in the global space. These people cannot play in the global space because they've been masquerading in that for the 3,000 square miles.
You said something the other day, right? You said something earlier today. The other day, I witnessed this elevate new headquarters. The guy from LU went and started damaging the whole place for what?
Yeah.
I mean, I militants they're doing.
No, but you know why? But you know why? You know why, Tomalin? You know why?
I don't get angry no more. They're not no advocate because what they do, they got the godfather in all the government from the UP and C, from the soup and stood out.
And they just seek them out.
And they set them up to this thing. You know, we saw the argue on.
Yeah.
And they go this thing, that thing, Amanda, all that crap. I don't go for that crap no more.
But you sing him. But guess what? Guess what? You sing Amanda away too. The man that was singing that song, he's singing that song no more.
Exactly.
The man singing that song no more. The man free and liberated and looking to the future. You're university. You're university student. You got access to the whole world on a fingertip, and then you there wearing khaki. You can try to learn. I mean, you can sit in Liberia and know everything happening in the world and be exposed to everything. But they all be militant.
We have a press conference. Before the press conference start, they think, do you say, what's this? They say the man, they say the man the man is responsible for this thing. The most powerful man on the campus. The man.
I mean, are you putting your mom on?
The man, the party now. They brought the beginning. Then they come to the New York. And lastly, it is true that, and I thought I was joking, but because you people told me that today. Actually, Papa asked for change in the market that day, yesterday.
Yeah, you asked for change.
That's true.
You asked for change.
Why make it have for a change?
Ben, when me have a change, come on, man.
Why make it have for a change?
They my human the man say,
Joe Burger tell you that he will reach.
The man after a change, the woman said you thought our April Fool security said that April Fool getting a bad change.
The other day on the hard mic, he know the mic on. He said, "Look at it. When they see you now, they think money."
Oh yeah,
really? You said that?
He said everywhere you go to beg you.
By the time they see you that begging, they come in big.
Yeah, man, but I have a change. Nah.
But you're not supposed to ask for your change.
I know, right?
But the main title to change.
I'm trying to discourage the dependency syndrome.
Oh, but the one thing I saw today.
But they broke out of market starting now today.
Mama, you see Douala, you won't believe it. Douala is so wide open.
Yeah, they said they cleared it, right? Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? That's good, though.
Douala is.
But they said the very place he went. The very place he went yesterday to buy the fruit.
They broke it down today.
They broke out of the woman that was causing.
No, but you know something, in all honesty, the people can be selling on the sidewalk. I mean,
Everywhere Safa you go, they'll market.
I mean, I grew on Benson Street. There, right, so can there, in my yard there. I mean, when I go there, you can't even park. You got to park way down the west side just to walk up.
Stop it, man.
Yeah.
At 50 LD.
The man bought one pineapple and half a change. One pineapple.
I see you.
All right, man. Yeah, fascinating show, man.
That's a great show.
Hey, wait for it. I'll hit you tomorrow, man. Plus,
you want me joining the late night show, man?
Yeah, my wife released me.
I know, right?
Yeah. But Safa, that was good, my man. You bring a lot to the discourse, man. That's good.
My man, let me tell you something. That picking your hand on the other net, Sarah's from what on that Nima thing. And Grace got all work out when I begin said that thing. Yeah, Winfrey, I will tell you. Everything I begin said that what the people talking among themselves.
But yeah, my point. My point, right? My point. Like I told him. Look, there are some things. CFA,
keep it to yourself.
You can't. Yeah, sometimes you can't.
Especially on a national platform.
You know that particular thing have been divisive in our country. You can't bring that. You can't. Even you people saying that you can't repeat it on a platform like that. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do that. You know. Yeah. Look, there's something like. There's something.
But anyway, I want to start a whole debate.
There's some things that we talk. There's something that in the Zobush that Ben I know we can talk it yet. Okay, we're not talking yet. Yeah, something that not for the public. You know.
But you know the sad part about what the sad part about the whole situation is that that's a young kid. That whole Madingo and Gio thing started when the war started in '89. Until that kid was born, you probably were a baby.
He wasn't born.
Yeah, and so now and then this young man kind of pushing that kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's scary.
Yeah, like I said, even though people say don't bring it,
don't bring it up.
Don't repeat it, you know, because but you know, like I said, the election, we'll see what happens. Because Nima, Nima don't happen, but Nima election, I will tell you again, I will not give either up. I won't give
Tomalin, I will not get either up, but you know either problem? That Gio belt. Do you know how many towns in that Gio belt? If you don't have your people there, forget it. That what happened to her in 2020.
But don't forget, you said PRJ was influential in all the past election. Let's see now with PRJ absent. Like I told the vice president, I said, look, I said, look, if I were you taking risks by going and getting involved. You say you taking risks. I said, if you get involved, you campaign for your candidate. If he doesn't win, to beat him. The fact that he'll get mad, he'll blame you too. Man, I could win. Could put a blame on his straight.
but you know, at the end of the day, damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Damn if you don't, yeah. That's what it's gonna come back to, Safa.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you had sat down, the people are going to, because we're doing the Yantoyan race, he wasn't involved in it. He ain't campaigning anymore.
For instance, let me tell you what happened when PRJ was living. Last on Sunday, he called me on Sunday. He said, oh, I hear you talking on your show. Ain't you cool, man? Why ain't endorse Yanto? Why can't campaign for here? I said, well, the man will go there. He said, no. He said, they can't campaign on the man now. So when Yanto won, I remember the bill. He said, you saw me campaigning. Yeah, I miss you. When I call you,
but he couldn't campaign.
When I call you, said, what my son Ben? I said, I'm Ben. Ben go Daba.
That's why I was also talking to him, man. I was just respectful with him. You know why I really got upset with him? I
said,
I got upset with him when he said, I think it was Charlene.
Yeah. That was
really when I was like,
come to the check. I said,
it was distasteful. It was below the.
For someone his level,
But you know what? Even the current president never apologized. And then that deputy information minister is in the habit of insulting.
That Ben begin there, I know.
Yeah, in the habit of insulting and yeah, I mean the man referred to the former president mosquito brain and they all get quiet like a normal.
Somebody should be say you can't say that.
Yeah, and they all quiet like normal. Yeah, I mean that's inappropriate. And even the vice president, why you call president? We are common citizen.
I want to be two of them now.
I told me in the interview.
Yeah, he called me a common citizen.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna buy you dry rice. You gonna go there Saturday.
Oh, the driver coming get expensive. They get 10% tariff on dry fish. Oh.
I know.
On dry fish, yo.
Wait. So what Trump put Tarion on that, bro? What that bro got do it?
They put tariff on Sierra Leone. Oh, yeah, put every country there.
So no more Agua again.
Where got Agua? You better move around Agua.
Is it actually not son?
My man.
We're trying to make the country rich again. Say,
Yeah, they say Elon Musk. Yeah, they say Elon Musk will be leaving Doge pretty soon.
But Trump
They
can
say
make
a lot.
but you know Trump doesn't lose, right? That's
But you saw how he got spanked in Wisconsin, right?
No, but that thing was because you know that the Tesla stock started dropping like crazy today. Then why we're dropping, then the news came out that he leaving Doge to come out of the leaving Doge. Then it started to stabilize a little bit. That whole thing will do it. Just playing the market.
Wow. That guy, he will not stay long. He won't survive the end of the year with Trump. They will fall apart.
I mean, there are just too many headwinds, man.
Yeah, too many. He coming on stay with that cow, that planting between what's that? John Mills still like what I want.
I made a man smoke.
And the election you predicted you were wrong, Tommy.
What one I want? Which one?
Trump.
Oh, he predicted Kamala?
Tommy, now he's a letter. Why thought you called Trump? I used to tell you, I said America will win. Oh no.
No, but
America never win.
you see, you see Winfred, you see the Trump supporters, they jelly the CDC reaction.
Yep.
How you gonna break them? How you gonna break them?
The CDC got it. It's support Trump.
Oh yeah.
They believe that the Democrat possession on but they know that the bipartisan is only there.
How you gonna break them? I mean, it just, I don't know. I was totally.
Right now, I don't know whether Trump, the whole State Department, they don't really care for Africa. So maybe
he just named Julius as the advisor on Africa. His son-in-law.
So that means you say
Michael Julius that married to Tiffany Trump. His pa is from Egypt, and so the guy is now the head.
When I would, I think she wanted to talk about.
No.
Who is the assistant secretary of State for African Affairs?
I ain't know
And nobody there yet. They feel like
They're picking into the State Department. They'll begin for sanction.
But the State Department just named what he named Julius as the advisor on Africa. He's also the advisor on. He's also the special envoy to the Middle East.
So
to the middle.
Jonathan said, "No, I've been taking Africa."
But he's from Egypt, so I'm sure.
Jonathan, you need to go to Liberia. Our ambassador, the man received his credentials. You don't present a lot of credence to him. He refused to get a man audience. Why?
You want to get a man audience? Move for him.
No, Jonathan.
And go ahead and present that credence to Trump.
When recently?
When the first term?
No, but Ben, send Baka send the man have been approved by the Senate.
Who that? And
Conte.
Dr. Conte. When about Tomalin, but you think Trump less? You think Trump less basic? The man got a full schedule.
Trump wasting all our broad government time for our ambassador to present a lot of opinion.
To do what? Yeah, to do what?
To engage them about all these things they're doing right now. We engage them.
Engage who?
They don't put tariff. By that Trump saying Trump would die and say, why you deal with that 1.5 million for voter confidence?
I know.
He can do it. You say, oh,
of course.
Bro.
He said, y'all getting 1.5 for voter confidence. You're sorry.
No, but you know what? When you don't think they get invest, I said don't get vest. You know why I tell them get vest. These guys in Liberia, it started from Ellington. I mean, all the guys, we are all the same age range. Grew up together, directly or indirectly. You come there, you say, my man, this thing you're doing, I mean, we could do it this way. You know that the guy will spend a lot of time telling you, this is not America, they think can work here. This is not America, they think can work here. But as soon as somebody come from UC, World Bank, CEDA, and say that same thing, there's a program for them to implement it.
Wow.
So the people just feel that we just dependent.
Yeah,
they haven't as of yesterday, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs is Troy Fitrell. He's serving in an acting capacity.
We need to get in touch with that man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Let's meet that man quick.
I beg. Actually, go because you just want me to get into yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
You said it, me and you are lecturing.
I said, Tomalin, you brought a tourism envoy, and the man doesn't know the difference between e-visa and visa upon arrival.
Well, when the man said the e-visa, I mean that's something that I knew, right? And
but then the man.
But Labro been giving visa arrival for many years.
No, you don't have visa upon arrival.
When you arrive, immigration give you an extra time to stay.
No, you got to have a visa, your passport before you board. A visa upon arrival is that I can just get on the plane and go there, and I will get the visa when I get there. So if you don't have a, when
you get Ralphie, when the extension,
you don't have visa on arrival.
No.
When you get to Ralphie, they give you the extension. You get 3 more visa from Washington, wherever you get a visa from. When you arrive, they give you another 3 months. What was that?
Yeah, but that's just a state thing. The visa is the invitation to get on that plane to go to that country.
But so no wrong today.
Yeah, we don't have visa upon arrival.
No, and that I asked them the question to Tomalin.
We don't have visa upon arrival.
E-visa is different from visa upon arrival. So this Troy Fitzgerald guy used to be ambassador in Guinea, U.S. ambassador to Guinea.
Oh, okay.
So
he's now the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, acting.
We'll meet that guy quick. We'll meet that guy so Sarah can be in quick. Yeah.
All right.
So they use the money back. So you get the money. They use the money.
Who's using money?
Why you say money?
The coach say he might get the money back. To use the money. Congress put that money already, Ben. Labro get it.
No, but Tomalin, there are 2 things. They get the money back. It doesn't mean that they will have to spend the money on what they want to spend on. They can repurpose that money.
That money for services rendered. Already rendered.
Yeah, you got to pay for it. You cannot undermine the full faith and credit of America.
Oh, you mean that to clear outstanding arrears?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, they'll pay. That one they'll pay. Yeah.
They can't do that. America respects the credit, man. They don't blow their full faith and credit. You know that.
It will be well. President Trump is here. President Garguah is there.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll stay visit Washington. So.
Who?
Garguah.
Where?
Like, y'all said Joe, we're going to meet and Biden. Joe, I met Biden. All the y'all quiet.
I said, Tomalin, you know who Trump favorite? Tomalin. Tomalin, you know who Trump? You know who Trump favorite African president? Assisi's from Egypt. Trump less strong man.
I telling you, I said because the man son.
Trump less strong man.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That the only country he didn't cut off aid from in Africa.
Egypt is an important country in the Middle East. Now come on.
Okay.
So that should tell you. So what your importance to Trump?
What importance?
Do you have minerals you want to swap?
Of course.
What the last Sarah can present a proposal?
I did on hearing. She said it.
My man, tell Sarah to come present.
America, I will tell America what they can get America, tell them what they can give them to.
Don't not joking.
What are you for? Man, you listen.
Hey, you know, you were traffic.
No, but you're not funny now. Y'all listen to watch this. When the foreign minister team appeared,
it's in a Firestone solidarity, yeah.
No, but you hear what they said.
But what did they give in? What did they give in to America?
She said that Liberia, the customer in America will be central on economic benefits.
Okay.
Yeah, what you giving Liberia? What Liberia will give you? It won't be aid. I know. What for us? What we want from you to do?
What do we giving it?
Oh, giving that?
Yeah.
We'll give them oil.
What oil?
From where? That ray oil?
Besides that,
Pangana oil.
Pangana oil.
Washington now. I got 2 reports in Washington. Don't be serious now.
Of course I'm serious.
Oh, you don't.
You need to be serious.
Then I want the relationship between Liberia and America.
You just want my Sarah to get fair with me. Like,
Tomalin, the Republic of Liberia, they probably Liberia need to treat themselves like a company that just say that and look and find a value position themselves
Thank you very
strategically
much.
in a place that you can be, because guess what, you can't compete with the people that are going ahead. So you can say, where can I fit?
You know what Liberia on the list?
The first thing
Where can I fit?
the Minister of Foreign Affairs did, I like what they did. To the embassy said, you cannot keep our people in the rain and board. They build something.
Listen to the Tomalin talking.
When you go a visa this time to the embassy, they put you, they get someone they build for you to be on, not on the ring again. And then number two, our senators then said, the days of them just denying putting for everybody is over. So
and they got this. Wait. And they got decision over what the board deny.
No. The ambassador, according to what the minister said, the ambassadors, the US embassy said that they will take it into consideration because it's not fair to look at our diplomat, our official government, our senators, our ministers, and they come in front and say.
But how many are there not gonna since she had a thing? How many are there? How many are there to get visa though?
Yeah, but I mean, it's visa. I mean, for the Liberian senator to say that and be deliberating on visa.
No, but let's say Liberia vest,
deny the white people too. Deny the people when they come in.
Reciprocate. Deny the Americans. Tomalin, if Liberia vest, let Liberia reciprocate and deny the American.
Tomalin.
Who did it? One country did it too.
That's why I said we need to do it.
Yeah, because they know what they're depending on. They know what they're depending on.
I dare your country to deny American official visa. I dare you.
The general got weak government power. Trust me. I want bless. I got. But it didn't happen to. Let me tell you,
chat it up. Lord, every time I think about that show, man, I get I said, that shot, no man. They say, I press conference, say, he reciprocated sanctions on Washington.
Charlie, look.
Chat it up, Brevo. Yeah.
He said, my government.
Chat it up, Brevo, and I'm from here.
He said, the deal Washington giving sanctions is over.
He said, every sanction they have placed on Liberia, he reciprocated it on Washington.
He said, the Washington is over. The days are gone.
Yeah.
So
the days of Washington picking up phone to instruct Morel, those days are gone. I'm not no little boss sitting down here in the mansion. You can just call and instruct. But by the time Job will say you will leave. By the time Job will say you will leave.
He said, "Good, I've been misled." Man. No, but I've been only man who has stood in America. You have been only man. But I think what you missed was he started too early. So when he get grounded and get strong in the position, then he become top.
But Tomalin, the whole idea of standing up to America, I mean, what do you get from it?
Nothing.
That just showmanship. Because guess what? Tomalin, that just showmanship. Because guess what?
What they get it for you now? The boy who told the French people, the boy in Burkina Faso.
Well, you see the guy when you talk about Burkina Faso.
Macron said,
Tomalin, let me ask you something. We got a government that been there almost a year and a half. What intangible can you see that is say, okay, they came in here with a plan and they executing the plan?
I can't.
Okay. Now, so when you keep talking about Burkina Faso, look, that guy is a military man. That man orientation. They are disciplined people. They are intentional. Everything they do, they're intentional way. They are disciplined people. You talk about Burkina Faso, the three African countries we always singing from where two. You look at Rwanda, you look at Ghana, Rawlings, Kigame. They came from a military team and they put on a suit. The orientation is not just talking, it's action oriented. And that's why you see Burkina Faso. You can't say that I'm talking about MOU. You sign MOU, they have a program. You sign MOU, do a press release. What does the MOU bring?
Ask Tomalin.
You see, and that's why. Guess what? The main Burkina Faso.
You see the show yesterday when Tomalin was showing the
Burkina. The main Burkina Faso. You know the sad thing. They get the national
about the Burkina being invested.
Yeah.
What are people bringing? I didn't get that. What are people bringing, Tomalin?
Involving the textile, the train.
What? No, Tomalin, don't do that. Don't do that. I promise you are going to tell. What they
will train the Liberian tailor, train people that make textiles.
They will train Liberian tailor. We get tailor.
And I think the foreign minister they press release for.
No, man.
Tailor shop did it.
That's that.
My man,
Look,
you
every time I
won't put me in trouble with my people. Yeah, you won't put me in trouble with my people. So with a tailor shop, they use big word textiles.
No. They bring a company, I think, of factory.
So they bring a company to what? Open your textile factory?
Yeah.
Huh?
so now you want to be Burkina Faso so rich that they exporting jobs.
Is that what he said, Winfrey? Because Tommy won't be to do. Is that what he said?
But Winfrey, answer the man.
Winfrey, what the man say about the MOU? Winfrey, what the man say about the MOU? I didn't listen to it. Winfrey,
Didn't the man told you already, Ben? What?
That guy said nothing yet today.
No. What the man said, he said, first of all, the bill that the tourism bill that is presently going through the Congress in Liberia. He said what he's doing right now, the trip he's been making abroad. So he's preparing.
No, I heard that one.
By the time the bill goes into effect, they're appointing a new leadership for the tourism.
I heard that one. I'm asking about him
for them already.
I told me how many hotel rooms we got in that country? How many hotel rooms we got in the country?
I'm asking about the Burkina Faso people because I saw a whole press release. Tommy read a whole press release on the show yesterday from the foreign ministry on the Burkina Faso investor. He put a picture up, and I remember I asked, I said, "Are these the investors?" Then Tommy was making it to say I was downplaying the people investors. So I told him I was going to wait to ask Chris Onanuga. Now you say the man say he bringing textile factory.
But the people sharing, they're sharing.
Cotton, you know the grow cotton.
Yeah,
place,
they're bringing cotton to Liberia. Which one?
They
have a huge textile industry.
Yeah,
we got a huge textile industry there.
Well, how do we benefit? That's a question I'm asking.
Great job, Ben.
How would it taking Liberians?
We're so uniform, so things, other things.
Tomalin.
They said it was soy in Liberia.
Yeah, we saw that.
They're bringing Burkina Faso to Liberia or they're training Liberians?
They bring Burkina Faso to train the Liberians.
Do you know that?
Opening factories.
Tomalin, let me tell you something. Ibrahim Traore will not allow nobody to take the joy of the country and bring it to Liberia. The man's creating joy of the country, you take joy of the country and bring it to Liberia.
But I think a private investor.
I said a private thing, but the tie with the government look like the government initiated.
No, but
that's what looking.
You know these African chairs, the rattan chair there. You know who facing in Liberia? Burkina Faso.
Oh yeah, that one I like.
Oh yeah.
That part of the bilateral agreement.
So you see,
the rattan chair and a part of the bilateral agreement. You know how long we've been doing that in Liberia?
Even roof, even the like this stash. There's some places.
Foreign ministry people. I told you, I know you. Tell foreign ministry people they will step their gear up. Yeah.
I know with them.
Look, and you remember the beginning of the year, the finance minister they had a big program, say they got a big development plan and need $7 billion, and 70% were going to come from international partner. So now the first quarter finished, you can't hear anything but that.
No, I heard it. They said they got the money went away. So the money already went away.
From where?
From China, I think.
He said from where?
From China.
From what China?
I see you, man.
Look, let me tell you something. The sad situation is it's gonna get tough in Liberia. It's gonna get tough globally, and then for us that are very dependent, it will get harder.
It'll be really tough. Yeah.
And the government is acting like everything normal.
Maru Goria, he's the one say the 2 a.m. Can't about say 2 a.m.
The problem is that I don't know whether the Garguah has the. I don't think whether he was still whether he will. I don't know, but I'm afraid that he even the research I heard, you should don't was about that again, competing interest again. They're in an alliance, they're fighting. Who you putting it? That fight going on right now. And the public not in control as a result.
But Tomalin, the first thing he said is set up to not be effective. You see, when we are a president, you see Myean had a fall. But Myean was the center of power.
Yes, and I was missing on Burkina Team. You don't have that person.
On Burkina Team, Burkina got Crispy, Mamaka, and Stanley. He got three center of power. So how can you operate effectively that way? You need one person. You need that gatekeeper, the chief of staff. You read that book, you know the man said you want to be the biggest asshole in the government. Excuse my French. Because guess what? You do it to protect your president. Everybody that walk through that door got their own personal interest.
Of course. Definitely, man.
Everybody watch out got their own personal interest. And you'll be the biggest asshole because plenty personal interest will get knocked down because you're protecting that man in that room there.
And Baker was Bush chief of staff, right?
James Baker?
He was rigging.
Yeah, Reagan. Then you were Secretary of State.
Then he became Secretary of State.
One of the your assistant minister, man, say, thought they get tired. Kuba pass away.
They want see enjoying that. So.
He left me. He ain't got nothing to do. He got free. He got free.
The man getting ready for work.
Hey, you know the funny thing? You know the funny about government official. So you know the funny thing about government official that I say, I'm on this show right now in my private capacity too. We get you gas, we get you internet, we get you car. So what are you got private? What are you in the private capacity?
This is the assistant minister for lands and mines.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kuba, my boy. It's 5:33 a.m. The man getting ready for work. Kuba, what are you can be in office there? You got here. They say lands and mines. They got women pay. Don't joke on it. They got a strict regimen.
Yeah, my classmate, the deputy minister. You might have.
Women has done well down there. Trust me. I hear they say there's a lot of reforms going on at lands and mines. He did. He's one of those unsung heroes in the.
Okay, so let me ask you something. This P Mountain concession, are they operating on a new concession or there's an old concession they're still operating on?
No, I don't know. I think but I want the legislature, right? Not the executive and legislature.
Mm-hmm. Because
renegotiated. From what I'm being told, that they're looking at doing renegotiation.
Yeah, because Asalamatah is coming up. Because Asalamatah is coming up right now.
Coming up, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost 20 years, Tomalin. They posted that.
Been at that for 20 years, bro.
You did it recently?
No.
You know went through?
No.
I think they put a pause on it.
Akaros then block it. They block it because they block it. Yeah.
So they come so that we renegotiate with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but shout out to Wema Pay, my boy. Wema Pay.
Safa, I thought your boy was there. He's no longer there, huh?
Who?
Freeman.
Where?
At Salamatah.
No. He was just on the consultancy there. He's not there anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was there about 7-8 months. That's all.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought okay.
He was on the he was now with AML Liberia. He was on the project side. You know, AML been doing a huge capital investment up in Nema Buchanan there. Because they're trying to ramp up production.
What they do in Nema, Safa? Because if you see your Yekipa, you will not even.
Well, okay. So they did 2 points show you no much, but you know, Winfred, they're not mining Manima. You were up Manima the other day. They're not mining Manima. Manima is a nature preserve. And so the money in Tokadi, and Tokadi is in this town called Zolowe. Zolowe is closer to Sanikule than the Yekepa.
Yeah. I know the big old stuff together, but they can't give that is less than 1 mile.
So when in Yekepa, they had a track from Manima. The track went to Tokadi, then it came down Papa to Sanikule. And
so I'm Safa bringing new topic.
All the old from Lamco, they still there?
Well, over there, but I know there were no old sitting there. All the old left long time.
You know, but they could. The war killed it, my man. You go up that mountain, Safa. You remember what there? You know, we didn't know all of the stuff that was happening up there, my man. They said they kind of were doing up there, my man. I mean, you know, that stuff is like what, 5,000 feet or something.
But the lake, you see that lake? Yeah. That lake, they started cutting iron from the top until they came down to the water.
Top, all the way down there, my man.
Yep. They call it open pit mining.
So
open pit mining.
Before I go,
yes.
They say they carry Edith to NEC. They say she didn't register and she somebody, and they say they're going to verify with a fingerprint.
But I don't want to believe it, man. Why?
But I thought Edith participated in the last election.
No, but she didn't participate in the 2023.
No. I mean, as a voter.
No, but you got to.
No, they said she didn't vote.
Register.
They said she wasn't in the country. That's why MDR is alleging that she wasn't in the country. And so her sister to register for her.
So NEC when I take up that NEC.
Yeah, NEC has cited her. Yeah. The thing is,
Oh,
Uh-oh.
And they said they have, you know, that their fingerprint. You know what we did about biometrics? You did
Yeah,
fingerprint.
their fingerprint.
So they will have to verify with her fingerprint.
I don't know, but I know that woman. But I do nothing for that lesson.
But Tomalin, in all fairness, if she did not register, she should not participate.
No, okay, but let me ask you something.
If
If
she
you don't,
used her sister, I'm just saying, I'm not saying she did it. If it proved that she used her sister, that's a problem. That's a problem.
That's a serious problem.
yeah, I mean that's
I don't think that's what she did.
That's what I'm saying. I hope that's not what she did.
Yeah.
I hope that's not what she did.
All right, guys.
So let's wait and see what happens.
but let me ask you one question before I get off, Ben. So even though if I'm not a registered voter, I can still be a contestant, right?
No, I think the law
Oh,
says
you have to be registered to be a contestant. Okay.
voter. Because the thing is, you have to have your voter at a precinct. You got to be.
So wait,
Yeah.
why they took for Pavekio? I mean, I've been trying to get hold of him, but
Okay, he didn't register and he went and he carried a fake.
he fake.
The man carried a
He
fake
fake.
ID. He carried fake voter registration and put a picture on it.
Oh,
Yes.
but
That's why he said I want to disqualify him.
then a criminal the criminal act though.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
But-
we'll wait and see.
I've been trying to.
They said that they're hearing for EDFS today. So hopefully, like I said, I'm sure. I believe they said she said she did. So I believe they show a voter registration card.
Before they can say she did register.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll be able to do. But yep.
Well, we'll wait and see. Every day there's a news story.
Yeah. We'll try to do this again. Before the end of the week.
All right, my man.
Yeah, right. And what about saying? He said, man, you have to do her fingerprint today by 10 a.m. If she is denied, we will take her to court for perjury. Are they United Party people?
Why don't take Pavekio?
Well, first thing, it doesn't make sense.
But the thing is, the reason they can't take it is because they're already not denying, I guess.
But a criminal like he did. But then what?
But they get interested.
Wait, I'm telling you call your Prophet Key, you know the man real name, you know the man first name?
He told me real name.
His first name Justin.
Oh, from Kid Justin?
Justin Opa Yeso.
And they said, Prophet Key said, $700 they took from him. Somebody pick up it down.
I say, if anybody support that Prophet Key, you better, if we put your Prophet Key will open on y'all. They know him on your top.
Anyway, we'll wait to see.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot, man.
Eric did a new day in Miami. When we got tomorrow, we'll find out what happened with Edith. So,
Miami.
all right, guys.
Okay.
See ya.